Computerized Start is brought to you by my awesome patrons on Patreon, and by your tips and memberships on Ko-fi. These and other channel supporters make my live streams possible. You too can become a channel supporter with tiers starting at just $1. And as always, thank you for all your support, including sharing, chatting, liking, and subscribing. Now roll that famous logo animation! Good evening, and welcome back to Computerized Start Live. I am your host, Justin D. Morgan. I see that we have a crowd in the chat. We have Jeremy's Vintage Hillbilly Shack, who takes the first spot tonight. We have Kibbles, the Rexonium. I will try to remember that you prefer to be called Kibbs or Chris. It might take me a couple tries, so forgive me. We have Eric's Edge. We have Frank S. Oh, we have myself, because I was letting you all know that I was fashionably late. Gotta have time to put my hat on. And we have 1-Bit Fever Dreams. Oh no, you're not last. Not tonight, at least. We have Retro Techie, who's asking, is that a Macintosh Classic? I don't know. If you're looking at my thumbnail, the answer is no. If you're looking at something else, the answer is, Thomas Armstrong, who I will accept his answer that I was on time, even though I was running a few minutes late. Again, fashionably late. After all, I have my YouTube channels. I like to watch the videos when they come out, and especially there are some topics that I find really interesting, like Practical Engineering's latest video on why fires cause bridges to collapse. Practical Engineering is actually, I know it's not computing related, that's definitely one of those channels where he does short videos and just lays out the engineering in practical terms. Because I might be an engineer, but I am definitely not a civil engineer that builds bridges. You probably don't want me building bridges. I test software. So I find his videos are just so approachable and it's looked interesting. It's usually like a, oh yeah, Kibbs is noticing if I'm not upside down. Yes. Sunday, after Dave's stream, I remembered to go into OBS, or actually it might have been, no, it wasn't after Dave's stream. No, it was last night after I rendered out the updated animation. I actually came downstairs, I copied the videos, I set that up, and then I went through and I flipped everything right side up. So hopefully, until I move my webcam again, I'm right side up. Yes, sometimes I do actually remember to do things. Sometimes. Like, I remember to go to the hardware store. I'll tease a project or two in there. But anyways, let's see. Other channel announcements. Yep, Thursday I will be working on the Commodore 64. I do need to remember to do a test of the animation, so to make sure that YouTube doesn't flag anything. Because they might. Yeah, I did something special to it. That's all I'm going to say. Let's see here. Oh, yes. This Saturday, I will probably be at the System Source Swap Meet in Hunt Valley, Maryland. So anyways, yep, Retro Tech Chris asked last night, he's like, hey, there's a swap meet. Yeah, are you thinking of going? I'm like, yeah. Because finding vintage stuff around here is like, I gotta go up to at least the DC area, seemingly, to find vintage stuff. So a actual swap meet with people who want to help other people in the hobby. Oh, yeah, of course. So, so hopefully I got a oral surgeon consultation tomorrow afternoon, so hopefully that doesn't go, like, worse than I fear. If they do put me on an antibiotic, I just need to make sure I get one that doesn't make me sensitive to sunlight, because, yeah. Swap meets are outside. So anyways. Yes. Yeah, let's see here. Oh, yes. if you have any channel surprises you want to send to the channel, I would recommend you do so sooner rather than later, because I noticed today when I was going to distributor websites, because I had to try to order some stuff, which I haven't ordered yet, they were all starting to warn people of, hey, UPS is, the Teamsters is threatening to go on strike, and if they do that, well, it's going to throw shipping all up in arms in the US and blah, 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 blah. So, yeah. Just let me know. Also, coffee, links in the description. I've got my goal. You can see the bars right there. Also, YouTubers have problems pointing at anything on screen because, yeah, it's like, yeah, well, we want the, actually, I was trying to point into the wrong corner, and of course, I managed to point, yeah. YouTubers, when you, like, intentionally try to point in a corner of, like, yeah, YouTube's gonna show you the title card up in this corner, that corner, or yeah, you get it wrong when you intentionally do it. Here I am, intentionally trying to point in the wrong corner, and of course I point in the correct corner because that'd be where the title card would be. But yeah, ha ha ha. Hey Jeremy, Jeremy, get me the weight of that box so I can send you a shipping label. Retro Techie thinks I'd look good with a goatee. Well, then people would think I'm the Mirror Universe Justin D. Morgan. All right, let me see here. Is that all the announcements? Because I want to get this 486 done. I'm tired of working on this 486 and not being able to play games on it. Oh, Jeremy, that is wonderful. I'll get a shipping label in the mailbox tomorrow. 45 pounds is a great weight. If you can remind me of the dimensions again. I know you, yes, because actually I realized UPS starts charging a surcharge at 50 pounds. So 45 pounds is, like, perfect. Because it gives a couple pounds of, oops, weight. Pun intended, I'm sure. Before you get the, dreaded email of, like, UPS audited your package and, all right, let me grab something to write that down with. Unless you want to just, like, send me a text message, Jeremy, with the weight and the dimensions just to remind me. So, yeah, 1-bit. I'd like to actually play some games on it. 24 by 16 by 19. Right. Is my T48 on its way? I don't know, Frank. I haven't received an email from him that it shipped, but I have ordered it. So, Frank suggested that I actually order it from XC Geku, or however you say them. Yeah, thanks, Jeremy. That way it'll be waiting for me after the stream, and I could just go print it and set it beside my... Retro Techie, my cell phone number is 867-5309. Or 555-1212. Both will have the same effect. But yeah, Frank suggested I order from XC Geku directly because it's a little bit cheaper than Amazon, because I guess you're basically probably paying the penalty of, I think I got it, Jeremy. You're paying the penalty of, not only are you paying what they want for it, but then they're adding on top of it to pay for the Amazon fees. But I also realized when I went to their website to order it, that not only was it like $15 cheaper, also free shipping, it'll be slightly slower though, but it has an extra adapter in it. So the Amazon surcharge basically was an extra $15 or so, plus you lose out on one of the adapters. I'm like, all right, I'm not going to get the LTE 286. It's not going to be ready for a week or two for another live stream. So I'm like, okay, I can wait. So I have the T48 ordered. I did also, because I was saying last week that I wanted to order one of those microphone arms. So that actually came in. So I've got the arm. I haven't mounted it yet. Or actually, microphone arm for the microscope. But that's also why I went to Randy's Hardware, my favorite hardware store, shop local, because I have the microscope adapter parts that I reprinted today because I can't find part of them because they're hiding in plain sight probably. So I printed them in blue because I was like, I'm just going to use the plastic that's loaded in the printer. I got the bolt and nut that you can't see that you need to mount it. I finally remembered to grab one of these red markers, so if I need to mark a chip as bad, I can actually use red. So now I have a red, a green, and a blue one, and a black one, I guess. So now I can color code them. So I can use green for good, and red for bad, and blue for questionable. And then the teaser for a project I might be working on, because I got to switch to table cam. A can of metallic spray paint. Specifically, yes, it is aluminum colored, but that's because I was going for close. Jeremy says there'll be a ton of bubble wrap included. Good. I don't want the UPS shipment to turn into an oops shipment. But yeah. So that's a teaser of a project I might be working on, and I realize that's probably a lousy teaser because you're like, what's Justin doing? I don't know. He's going to go either he's going to maybe paint something that should be metallic that's not, or he's going to go tag something, and now he just said on live stream what color paint he's going to use. But oh, Retro Techie. Oh, did I give you the wrong number? I mean, if you seriously need to text me, I can I'm not going to say my phone number on stream. I'm not one of those like famous YouTubers that has a sponsor that gives them a number that's only valid for like 2 minutes. Okay, my camera's gonna freak out while I switch. So anyways, all right, time for some more 486 fun. Well, fun once I get this to work. Oh wait, I guess there's one other teaser I'll show because I used it to carry my processors over to the workbench. So I have my collection of 486 processors. Just as a review, we have the 5x86 AMD. That's actually a PNY QuickChip upgrade. I've got another one floating on the bench somewhere because I bought a spare. I have the Intel DX4. This is a P24T type. Now, thanks to someone at the RetroWeb for pointing that out, that's what this actually is. It's a P24T. So on one of the boards, I'll be trying to jumper this as a P24T and see if it cooperates. I've got the DX2 50 megahertz that came out of the very sad DTK 486 board that is irreparable, at least not economically repairable. I have the DX2 66. I think this is a P24D, right back cache, 66 megahertz. I have a DX266 that's actually just I think it's SL enhanced, but not right back. I don't know what its code name is. I have the AMD DX4120 that is right back enhanced. Heatsink and fan required, designed for Microsoft Windows 95. And then I have the Intel Overdrive, which I've already forgotten its code name, but I think it's something else. So, hey, Retro Tech Chris. Jeremy's asking, do I own a data set for my C64? And the answer is yes, I do. So on Thursday's live stream, I will actually be cracking the data set open because I'm pretty sure it needs new belts. Retro Tech Chris picked it up for me at LNY Electronics. Also, I'll be working on the floppy drive and the C64. So, yeah, Retro Tech Chris joined in the nick of time for me to thank him. And also, Chris, I received your well-timed care package, despite the fact that I hope to be seeing you this weekend. Oh, but I do appreciate it. If worst comes to worst, and if live stream ideas go south, I can always at least it gives me fallback material. Okay, the one other teaser that Jeremy will know exactly what I'm probably going to do with this board. I'm not going to be as secretive over it. It's totally fine. So what is this board? It is a Western Digital 286 motherboard. The reason why I bought it is because it actually has onboard video. Jeremy picked up a luggable case at VCF Southwest that doesn't have, it's just the guts basically. So it's missing its original video card and the motherboard, but it would have had a 286 in it most likely. I'm assuming the video card that was in it probably output a CGA video signal for the LCD panel, because I don't know that the connector looked like it had enough pins to actually be some proprietary protocol. So I'm hoping that it's got the decoder on the LCD panel. So we'll see. But anyways, I picked this board up on eBay, the place where I buy everything that I inevitably regret. I will keep note of the fact that now I know what SIM connectors I need to buy to replace them, because of course I get the board and notice that the plastic clips on the SIMs, there are some broken ones. But anyways, it's got an onboard Paradise EGA video, which actually is pretty neat. And I think it supports Plantronics Color Plus mode, which is pretty neat. Not that there's many things you can play using it. It is only like 12 megahertz, 286. But anyways, the other neat thing about this board, which I actually may attempt the mod. So I don't know how many motherboards. I show this and then I'm going to pivot down to here. So I don't know how many motherboards had on board. I don't know if it's MFM or RLL controllers, but this motherboard being from Western Digital, so it doesn't actually surprise me that they would put the MFM or RLL controller on the board. But you will note there's the two 20-pin connectors. I think here's the this is the floppy connector right here. So I think here's the other connector for the MFM or RLL drives. There's the two 20-pin connectors. Floppy drive, I think that's parallel. It actually also has PS2 on board, which is pretty neat. And this board, you can actually select by jumper whether you want it to have XT or AT keyboard compatibility, which I think is also pretty neat. But that right there is an IDE connector that is not populated. And unlike some other photographs of that I've seen online, and actually there's on the VCF forums, there's a thread where someone was trying to figure out what this component is, because they wanted to populate this because it was missing on theirs, plus try to put these setting jumpers and the IDE header here. I know what their component is, so I'm actually let them know, hey, it's a 10K bus resistor pack. So Jeremy's saying he wouldn't use those ports. Oh, no, I'm not going to use the MFM. Jeremy, I don't want to use the MFM, but I would like to use the IDE port so I don't have to put an IDE controller in it, because it only has 4 slots. So after all, if I'm going to put a sound card in here and probably use the onboard video, but hey, I'm going to try to use the IDE so I can save a controller card. Anyways. Yeah, and if the 486 disappoints me, I can threaten the that computer that, hey, you know, I got a 286 board. You look like an AT case. I can always turn you back into the AT computer you once were, and maybe it'll cooperate. I also have some 287s from my chip collection that I bought probably in the early 2000s and then promptly improperly stored because I bought them because they looked cool. I suspect they probably don't work, but anyways, so this will be an upcoming project. So there we go. I teased the 286 board because I had to use it to carry the processors over here. Hey, Bruce. Yeah, I need to catch up on the chat. Bruce is here. And it looks like Francois joined. Yay. And oh, and I think Retro Techie's asking about the oh, and Jeremy, I think's also got a video card too. So that he put in the box. So anyways, so Yeah, I have multiple things that might help me get that up and running. Oh, so Retro Techie's asking about the overdrive Pentium processor that I had, and the short answer is I was so disappointed with its performance, I sold it. And you're probably wondering, okay, is there a slightly longer version of the story? Yeah, I was so disappointed in its performance that I sold it at a loss. once you take eBay fees into account. um, yeah, that was probably not my intention to sell it at a loss, but I was that disappointed in its performance that I was like, I'm just going to use a Pentium. If I want a Pentium system, I'm just going to use a Pentium system. I don't need this processor. There's like no redeeming qualities about it. It's like Intel purposely hampered this thing, and well, Pentium on a 486 board's kind of silly anyways. I'll just use the actual Pentium processor. And actually, Jeremy hooked me up with one that it's not, I mean, okay, so it's clocked faster than the 83 megahertz Pentium overdrive, but it'll be even better than that Pentium overdrive. Oh, okay, Jeremy's letting me know he weighed the box with a brand new bathroom scale, so hopefully yeah, I'll issue the label for 45 pounds, Jeremy, and it'll probably be good. I'm not going to worry about a couple. If it's off by a couple pounds, then we're good. But yeah, Jeremy, that is exactly why I picked that up. It was one of the recyclers from, actually, I think it was New York. That's up in New York listed it, and I made an offer on it. They listed it for like $50, which in reality, I don't think that was an entirely terrible price for it, other than it was untested. So, but given the relative rarity of that board, and if you're buying a board like that for a project, I'm like, yeah, what? I'm actually trying to go to my eBay history to look up what I paid for it exactly. Oh, okay, no, they had it listed for $60. Maybe a little high, but then again, though, I think they called it rare, but I think rightfully so. That board doesn't show up that often. It is a rarer board. It met the needs for my project, that's for sure. I think I offered them like $40. Oh, let me see. No, they listed it for 80. Never mind. I can't remember. Oh, I offered them 60. They had listed it for 80. I offered them 60. Because I was kind of thinking of, well, motherboard plus processor. Yeah, it's probably worth that. Okay. Maybe if it wasn't for the fact that I had a project that specifically needs a board that has a video connector that an internal display can connect to easily, I would have probably passed on that board. There's another 286 board that looks more interesting that I probably would have bought, but it doesn't have onboard video, and I'm having trouble finding video cards that can output a CGA signal, because I bet that panel in that luggable is only CGA. It could be EGA, probably CGA, but I've been trouble having cards that are CGA or backwards compatible to CGA that have a connector of some sort inside that has the CGA signals on it, that I can find the documentation for, not only for the feature connector that's on it, but also the jumper settings on it. And I actually have tried to buy a video card already that I thought met the needs, because I found the documentation for the feature connector, but by golly, I screwed up and I got the model number wrong, so I don't have the jumper settings for it, and I couldn't get my RGB to HDMI to sync to it, so I probably have the jumpers wrong on it. So anyways, Oh, Jeremy found the 2 boards you couldn't get to post. That's good. Yeah, 1-bit fever dreams. Electrons are going to be less than 1/1,000,000th of the weight. Yeah. All right. So I got one of the 486 boards on the workbench. It's probably about time we get to 486 boards. So I thought I would start with this board here. This is the board that I keep thinking is silkscreened. For best performance, we recommend AM486 microprocessors for a reason. And that reason might be because this board really only likes AM486 microprocessors, which is really weird, but whatever. Yeah, I think there might actually be something to that. This is the board that I have not found an Intel DX4 processor that it likes. Jeremy says that the 45-pound weight of the box that he's got for me doesn't include electrons. I don't think UPS has an electron upcharge, at least not yet. So hopefully we're fine there. In fact, actually, this board I've realized, I think the last live stream that I had this board out, this board doesn't seem to like the 5x86 processor either. So I think there really is something up as to why this says they recommend the AM486 processor, because it seems to dislike Intel DX4 processors, and it dislikes AM5x86 processors. So, yeah. I think there really is something up as to why they silkscreened that with it. 1-bit telling me, if you strip out all the electrons, it's going to cost you a lot of energy to get them out, and you'll have a super powerful electrostatic bomb that you can't stop. Yeah, I'll basically fry some board on my workbench. It'd probably be my luck that it's the 1486 board that seems to be the most compatible with the processor collection I have, which is... Okay, Jeremy's telling me the 486 PCI board likes AM586 CPUs. That's good to know. In fact, I'm probably going to get an actual legitimate AM5x86 processor for that board. Potentially. Just so that I don't have to use the QuickChip in it. Yeah, it's Kibbs. Kibbs is saying it's an AMD fanboy board. Weird. I know. Before AMD fanboys were a thing, this seems to be an AMD fanboy board. Yeah. Go figure. I mean, seriously. As much trouble as I've had with Intel and even the 5x86, and I don't have any Cyrix processors at the moment, so I can't see if this thing even will like a Cyrix processor, and I highly suspect it probably wouldn't like the Cyrix DX4 either. I don't know. I do not know. And I just realized that I think I've got a stack of boards sitting on top of the video card I wanted to use. All right. No, I don't. Okay. So I think for tonight's testing, at least to start off with, I am going to use... Okay, so I seemingly have been swapping what controller cards I use, but this is just so I don't have to plug in a bazillion cards. I'm going to use this controller card that has a ROM on it, and this is actually the ROM that would have come with this card. It didn't come with this card originally, but Jeremy at some point found it for me. Yeah, Chris is saying no Cyrix processors. I think that's a good thing. Yeah. Quite honestly, as badly as it works with some of the Intel processors, I don't think I need to know how badly it would work with the Cyrix processors. I mean, okay, I am trying to find my Visa Local Bus video card, which obviously I hid. I mean, if I really wanted to test this thing, I should probably use the Visa Local Bus controller card and the Visa Local Bus video card. And oh, I think I see where I put it. There it is. Yep, right there it is. But I'm just going to use the video card. And that's only because it's painful to plug in Visa Local Bus cards. Okay. Yeah, the PCI board I'm getting from Jeremy actually has a Cyrix. It's one of those IBM Blue Lightning processors, but it's one of the ones that would be with the Cyrix. That IBM made with the Cyrix core, not... Because I know they also made some Blue Lightning processors that actually were Intel cores. Because IBM apparently had agreement with Intel. Although I guess if your company is big as IBM, you can probably pull it off. Where apparently when Intel was having IBM second source some of their processors, apparently IBM crafted their agreement such that they could private label, or they could use Intel. Actually, I think the agreement was that they could sell derivatives. So I don't think they could mark as IBM like direct Intel processors and mark them IBM, but it let them take the Intel design and modify it and sell those as IBM processors. So some of the IBM Blue Lightnings, I think they're the ones for the 386 sockets, are actually Intel 386 processors, but what IBM did is they added additional cache to them or something like that. So it's not the direct Intel part. It has like extra cache or something like that. And the agreement let them sell those as IBM processors, but in reality it's a Intel processor with more cache or something like that. I think for the 486s, that's where IBM was making Cyrix processors and labeling them Blue Lightning, but they're actually like Cyrix cores. And in fact, I think those may actually be closer to what Cyrix sold. Although some of them may have extra cache too. Now looking for the RAM that I have hidden away somewhere. You know, I sure thought I left the RAM on my workbench knowing I would be using it. But now that I look and see that it's not here, I suspect I moved it out of the way for safekeeping. Probably... Oh, one of my other projects is over here. It might be the project that is why I bought spray paint. Oh, here it is. It's called, I set it on the weird and non-happy CPUs, yeah. Okay, so let's see, this board. So one thing I am going to try to find at the swap meet this weekend is I'm going to try to find some parity 72-pin sims. Because apparently, well, I thought I had some somewhere. I think I do have some somewhere. But I don't know where they've walked off to. Because some of these 486 boards do not like non-parity memory. Some of them you can turn parity off. Actually, I think a lot of them you can turn parity off. But some of them default parity on. Although... Anyways, they all like the 30-pin sims, so... In reality, there shouldn't be any difference between the 30-pin and 72-pin sims. Alright, plug the power in. Yeah, I know I'm missing the processor. We'll get there in a moment. I'm gonna... All right. So, what did I get wrong on this board last time? All right, the thing I got wrong is the it was the Intel DX4 I did not jumper it correctly. So this, I should have jumpered it as a P24T, but I missed that on my print. I've got a printout that has all the 486 code names on it. Yeah, Jeremy, I think we can probably try to keep an eye out for one. I mean, there's no guarantees that anyone will have one, but I'll try to keep an eye out for one. I'm trying to find my but yeah, we're planning on going to Maryland this weekend. I can't find my chip lifter. It's probably sitting right in front of me, so instead, because the processors have been inserted and removed in this thing probably way too many times, I was able to just use my fingernails to get the processor out. Okay, so I got the AMD processor out because I know it works in this board. This board does not have the voltage regulator, so I do have to use this adapter. I do not... You mean you don't like Dvorak keyboards, Jeremy? I thought they were the best. Hey, Will Jr. 880. I am doing fairly well. I am... I mean, I have an appointment with the oral surgeon tomorrow, which is probably... well, unless there's been some weird miscommunication, it should just be the consultation. Although I have to admit that if they said, well, we can just numb your gum up and pull that tooth out, I would not stop them. I mean, it would probably change what I could eat this weekend, but I would not stop them at all. I mean, it would probably let me get out of work the rest of tomorrow afternoon. Though I certainly have enough stuff to do, that actually would be probably more inconvenient than anything. But the tooth is certainly bothering me enough that it's not hurting, but it's bothering me enough that I would gladly let them remove it and then just call my manager and be like, actually, I think I already told my manager. I'm like, you know, if they tell me that they can remove this thing during that appointment, I am going to say yes, and I'll just let you know. So I have already warned my manager that if they offer to remove it on the spot, then but I don't think they will, because that would be a pretty big oversight to tell me it's a consult and it actually be the appointment where they think they're removing the tooth. But I wouldn't stop them. I would not stop them. Okay. So now I got the processor and the adapter. I do not have a version of this board that has the voltage regulator. I have not found pictures of this board that are detailed enough that have the voltage regulator to try to mod this board to have the voltage regulator. And that's not like something I'm going to guess on. But honestly, this adapter should be... I mean, this adapter should be doing the same thing that the voltage regulator will. Um. Oh yeah. If they do remove the tooth, they'd give me local. Um. I think I could totally yeah, I have had enough work done on teeth. Luckily, not that often, but I do know that when they numb you up with that local anesthetic, that you don't feel a thing. Well, I mean, you feel them working on your mouth, but you're like it's there'd be no pain. You're quite honestly, that's Jeremy. I have heard of the socket blaster project, but with this adapter, I don't need a socket blaster because this adapter will do it. Plus, the only thing I don't like about the socket blaster is their choice of voltage regulator. Because, quite honestly, it scares me that they use a voltage regulator that seems to have pretty poor tuning capabilities. But anyways. Alright, so this is an Intel DX4. The Intel DX4 actually should be jumpered as a P24T. I mean, I probably will build a socket blaster at some point, but I wish there was an option for a slightly better voltage regulator on it. Oh, here we go. Oh, wait a minute. I see why I made the mistake that I did. Okay, no. The DX4 is not a P24T, because the P24T is the Intel Pentium Overdrive. The DX4 is the P24C. Oh, but that's weird. Well, Jeremy, the problem with some of the 486 boards that I have is there's really not a safe side you can hang a voltage regulator off of. I mean, I'll have to take a look at the board. Okay, I don't know that I'm going to be able to do what I wanted to do with this board, because now I see exactly why I keep getting confused with this board and trying to jumper it. And this is my complaint about manuals, and I'm sure I would have probably been driven crazy by it at the time. So here's this website. This is a printout from the website that had all the Pentium 4 code names on it. And here's the manual. Well, what you can see of it. So P24C is a DX4, but if I look, P24C is the Intel DX4 that's not right back enhanced. So actually, I don't expect this would work. I was going to the RetroWeb wanted me to try something, and I was going to humor them, and I guess I will humor them. I figured I would do it on the live stream because then I could point them to what I did. If anyone wanted to double check the note that I want them to add, because this board. I don't get why I'm having so much trouble using certain processors on this board. It's just weird. All right, let me try jumping this as the P24C. So JP5. I actually am not expecting this is going to work. So JP5 is 1 and 2. Yep, that's down here. You can barely see it. It's that one right there. So it's correct. JP8. No, that's JP6 is 2 and 3. Yep, that's the one right above it. That's correct. JP8 is the one over here, and it's 1 and 2. So that one's correct. JP19 is this one over here. And JP19 should be 1 and 2. I don't remember what processor I was last using on this board. Obviously, it wasn't a DX4 or a DX2. So JP24 should be open. JP24 is this one right. I think this one, it's this one here. Yeah, and okay, that's fine. So it looks like I don't know what I was doing last time. JP39. It is quite possible that I tried something on this board after the last live stream. JP39 should be 2 and 3, which it is because it's that one right there. And JP43, and I think this is probably the most important one of all. JP43 should be off, and it is. Okay. Oh yeah. Yeah, the DX2 isn't really on this list. Also, yeah, if anyone saw these code names, you notice that there's a few that are missing, which is really annoying. I mean, I think I know why the SX2 is missing. I don't think there were very many of them, but it is quite annoying that the DX4 Right Back Enhanced is missing from the list. Especially for someone trying to use a DX4. Okay. I don't have the compact flash card on this computer because I have done something creative with it. However, I don't think I will need to do that because if this board is having the same problem that it was with the DX4 processors, then it's not going to make it past the memory check. So I don't need a compact flash card. It'll hang during the memory check. No. Okay, well actually I think no. Or it'll do this. It won't post. Okay. Sometimes with the Intel DX4s, it will crash during the memory test, and sometimes it just does not even start the post. I just put the post card in it. So I can see that it is generating post codes, and it's stuck at 09. It's a word BIOS 09. I don't remember what that is right offhand, but that's like yeah, that's one of the So Jeremy's putting together a mega 8-bit ISA card based on 3 different cards in KiCad. Cool. Alright, so this is the Intel Overdrive. I would presume that it should work if jumpered for a DX4. I would presume. Although I think technically it should probably be... It should work if it's jumpered as a DX2, I think. But it should work if it's jumpered as a DX4. It doesn't listen to the... It doesn't read the jumpers anyways. Or at least the clock multiplier jumpers. So... And that's weird. Okay. It likes this one. Frank S. says, postcode 9 means it's broke. Lol. Yeah. So Jeremy is putting together... I gotta go find the compact flash card here real quick. So Jeremy's putting together a Snark Barker, an XTCF, or an XTID ECF, and a RAM expansion. Cool. I mean, it might be cool if it also had if it was like a JVHS 6-pack card. So it had like memory and sound and storage and video and a coffee maker and a dishwasher. I don't know. I ran out of things you could put on a card. 15 inches long card. Wow. That's a pretty big card, Jeremy. Oh, here we go. My compact flash card, by the way, was sitting right beside me. Exactly where I set it down last time. I mean, it was literally like 6 inches from the power supply that I'm using on this board. The only reason I didn't see it is because it was slightly underneath one of the cables from a desolder station. It's handpiece. All right. Oh, and Eric's telling me I forgot to add the kitchen sink. Yeah, we want the JVHS 7-pack plus card. Yeah, with the kitchen sink. Jeremy's like, you guys are killing me. Called feature creep, Jeremy. Happens to all projects. Hopefully it doesn't happen to yours. Well, it actually booted. And the, Jeremy, should I call it the Swiss Army board? Considering I think Swiss Army probably deeply defends their trademark, maybe you should call it the Scandinavian Military Multi-Board. How's that? Are the Swiss, is that a Scandinavian country? Yeah, the Scandinavian Military Multi-Board. And I don't want the Swiss Army company to sue you for trademark infringement. However, what color should the board be? Red, of course. Okay, 486DX4. I sure thought I tried this processor, this board with. I probably jumpered it wrong. You know. Okay, so it seems to like the DX4 overdrive. Interesting. Okay, so maybe it's the I don't have any DX4 non-write-back processors, so maybe I'll try to look for one of them at a good price this weekend. The SMMB. Yeah. All right, if you think my name for Jeremy's board, the Scandinavian Military Multi-Board, if you like that name, smash that thumbs up, smash that like button. But if you really hate that name, make sure you emphatically tell YouTube that you hate it by double-clicking the thumbs down button. Actually, I think it's a pretty cool name. Yeah, the SMMB. Oh, actually, you know, I just realized something. I just realized I forgot to put the capture input on. So you didn't see it running the, but actually, this processor is having trouble. Apparently, I managed to get it to boot. Normally, it was crashing during the RAM test. There we go. It... Yeah, Jeremy's like, the SMIMB, yeah. Smibum. Ah, okay, this DX4 is doing exactly what I thought it was doing. So I managed to get it to boot to DOS once, but apparently, more often than not, it's just, like, crashing outright during the memory test. Because actually, it crashed during the... I started to run cache check, and I forgot to change the capture input, so you didn't see it start to run. It like crashed as soon as Cache Check tried to do its thing. Here we go. It looks like it might be working on cold boot. Kibbs is saying the super multi mega board. Interesting. I think I still have to say that, okay, so I got it to boot to DOS. I got it to run the CPU identification utility. But I think I have to say that this Intel Overdrive processor is potentially unreliable in this board. It looks like it's running Cache Check this time. Super multi mega board. I like that too. We look forward to seeing the super multi mega board. And actually, if the Mega 8. The Mega 8, yeah. Actually, and I was kind of joking about putting video on it, because if you already have memory and the CFIDE and sound, then yeah, trying to fit video on it too. You already have enough outputs, so I was kind of joking about the video. Besides, I think the video is probably best on its own board, because then if you've got a computer that has onboard video that you can't disable, like my Emerson 8000 EC, then you can still use the memory and the sound and the compact flash IDE adapter, but you don't have to worry about the fact that you can't disable its onboard video. So actually, it's probably best you don't put video on it. It already has enough features, and actually, I'll test one of them in my Emerson 8000 EC. I'll even say that. Actually, I think it locked up. Maybe this board doesn't actually like my RAM. I mean, that's possible. But the thing is, I think if okay, there is one thing that the RetroWeb wanted me to try, and I'll do it before I try the other thing, to show that I think it's the Intel DX4. They wanted me to try 25 megahertz, because they wanted to rule out that it wasn't some... So JP3, JP4, JP17. So, let's see, I think to jumper this, I need this jumper that let me see, JP17. So, let's see here. Okay. Networking. Actually, it could be cool to have networking, Jeremy. Retro Techie, maybe it's shy on camera. Yeah, wouldn't that be ironic? Actually, networking could be pretty cool, because a lot of those 8-bit computers don't have built-in networking, so that wouldn't conflict with anything. Yeah. That could be cool, and I don't think the networking takes up a lot of extra space. And it's already locked up. Okay, I do not believe that the ticket was 25 megahertz. So yeah, now, you're probably thinking, okay, well, is it the memory I'm using? Always possible. However, I will now take this Intel DX4 processor out of this adapter very carefully. Without bending the pins too badly. Alright. So my Intel processor might be a little bit harder to put in the socket next time I need to use it. Oh well. Alright, I will take my AMD processor. That's actually a 120 megahertz. So it uses the same jumper settings on the adapter as the Intel processor. I'm pretty sure it should... Okay. I think it should work with the P24C settings. If not, I'll change them. I'll change the back to the AMD DX settings. Oh, I should put the heatsink on it though, because, well, although I've got it underclocked. Kib says, the plumbing is an optional feature for only $68.99. Yeah. Oh, that's interesting. Oh, wait. Did I jumper this thing wrong? JP3. JP4. That's weird. It's saying I have an 80 megahertz processor installed. Alright, well, let's see what check CPU says. Okay. Check CPU is telling me that I have what I think I have. Alright, I will run cache check. I'll demonstrate that I believe the RAM is good, because I think this will actually go completely through cache check. I think it's the Intel processor for some reason. Actually, Jeremy, if you will remember, Sergey, the same guy that did the Super ISA VGA card, he did an 8-bit network card as well. So, I think it's open source. And it's using a Realtek chip that I think you can still get. So you might check that out. Also, I'm not an electrical engineer, so I may be talking crazy, but you may need to add some bus transceivers on the cards, given all the features you're adding. So, might keep that in mind. Oh, hey, Sorcerer Stan! I'm probably the broken thing here tonight, although I'm quickly seeing that this motherboard has its quirks and features. It's getting the Justin score of 0 because it not as compatible as I wish it were. Although, ironically, it could be the board I keep because at least it works with AMD processors. And I may put the 5x86 on the PCI motherboard that Jeremy's sending me. I bought it from Jeremy, so... Oh, yeah. RetroTech has one of Sergey's 8-bit network cards. It's in his Tandy 1000 TX. Well, Jeremy, the reason why I was saying bus transceivers or buffers or something, Joe could probably tell you exactly what component. It's because there's only so much drive strength on the ISA bus, and you're basically putting 4 cards in one. Yeah, RetroTech Chris. This is a motherboard with quirks and features. Yeah, this is a motherboard with quirks and features for sure. At least it enables the L1 cache. It seems to like AMD processors. Maybe I keep it because at least it works with AMDs, and maybe I put the DX4 120 in it and keep it. I mean, it at least seems to like AMD processors, and I'm not having issues with it. So, in fact, actually, to demonstrate, so let me do a quick swap here. So I am going to change to 40 megahertz bus speed. And that means I need to find one of the other pages here, because to do that, I need to change JP40, which is It's one of the Visa Local Bus configuration jumpers. And I think that just tells the cards in the Visa Local Bus slot that the clock speed is... Yep, so I need to move that to 1 and 2. All right, so that right there. So now I'm running this AMD processor at its full speed. It's Kibbs. This board has no bugs or issues, but only features. Yeah, features that are making me not want to use it in my 486. Seems every motherboard has some little feature that keeps us from throwing it out. Believe me, some of these 486 boards are going to find themselves on eBay very soon. There's one that I'm going to pull on the bench, and you'll see why it's going on eBay. It's really apparent. Okay, there we go. 120 megahertz. AMD DX4. That is the actual... I'm not overclocking this processor. It actually is a 120. And a run cache check. Ooh, they're very... 9, I think it's 9 instead of 11. For the... Okay. It's a little bit faster on memory access. It is quite possible that it's being slowed down some, because I think with 40 megahertz Visa Local Bus speed, the Visa Local Bus may have actually added a wait state. But anyways, you can see cache check's going to run, and I'll actually run a benchmarker too to show you that it's stable with this processor. So it is possible that I might keep this board because it at least works with AMD processors. I very well could dedicate this AMD processor to this board without any grief. So, Gibbs Linux got a fancy update to install. Well, cool. We'll see you when you're back. I mean, I occasionally watch Doug DeMuro videos because they're interesting. I do appreciate his take on cars. There we go. Okay, so that finished. And for those game fans in the chat that are wondering when in the world I'm going to run a gaming benchmark, I think Doom is a pretty good judge of... So here we go. This, I think, DX4 120 would totally make a really nice gaming computer. And it would make it a sleeper 486. As some could argue, the purists could argue that the AMD 5x86 processor is... I mean, it's a... Yeah, some could argue that that's kind of cheating when it comes to a 46 computer, but... I mean, I don't need two computers with a 5x86 processor in it, so I think I'd be totally happy with making my sleeper 486 an actual 486. Oh, hey, Adam. Welcome. This is this is the motherboard that does not like Intel process... Okay, it likes the Intel DX2s, but it does not like Intel DX4s at all. But it likes AMD DX4s. I don't get it. It was the Doom benchmark. So, I think I could be... Oh, hey, Sloopy. I think this could make a decent compromise system. So, all right. I think it's time to move to the next board. So, I guess in summary, I did get some things wrong on this board last time around, but it looks like this board really does have quirks when it comes to Intel DX4 processors and AMD 5x86 processors for that matter. So I made mistakes, but I think the makers of this board made mistakes too. Now, it is entirely possible that out there somewhere, someone has a version of this board with a newer BIOS that maybe has fixes for some of those later processors. But then again, since there really wasn't, I mean, this doesn't have a flash BIOS, so it's not like they could, the manufacturer could post a flash BIOS update on their website because this board doesn't have it. It is possible that the 2.1 version of the BIOS, which the RetroWeb does have archived on their website. So if you are watching this video and you're like, hey, I've got this board and I don't have version 2.1 of the BIOS, I'd like to try it on mine to see if it fixes some other issue I'm having. Okay, the RetroWeb has archived this BIOS. I sent it to them so they could archive it. So they do have it. It is posted. So if you've got this board, if you're watching this and you've got this board, this is an expert board 440 or 4044 Visa Local Bus. It's actually version 1. So if you got this board, then the BIOS is archived. So go check that out. It is possible that I have the latest version of the BIOS. There may not be anything newer. But you probably saw me leave my AMD processor on this board, and there's a reason for that, which will become apparent as I walk through these other boards. Okay, so the second board I'm going to pull out is, yes, I left this one over here. So this is the Shuttle Hot 419 board. Another wonderful member of the Amptron ECS PC chips family. And when I say wonderful, I said that most sarcastically, because I very quickly am seeing that all of their boards, quirks and features is putting it nicely. Some of them are just downright awful. And I'm going to contend that this is one of those boards that's downright awful. Also, if you saw RetroTech Chris, he posted on Twitter today, he was sharing one of his, that one of his motherboards has the WinBIOS. Well, this board has WinBIOS. And while I would like to have a working WinBIOS motherboard, this motherboard is not one of my keepers. It will probably get listed back on eBay. And you will very quickly figure out why. I do need to figure out what I did with the... Alright. Okay, so if you'll hold please while I try to find the one parity... Because I think this board requires parity RAM. 2468. 468. I think I have one 72-pin SIM that has parity on it, and I seem to have misplaced it. Because actually, I carried this whole stack of boards up the stairs and then realized I'd made mistakes. So I brought them back downstairs. Oh, actually. Nope, that's not parity RAM. Alright, hold one moment while I locate the board that probably has the RAM in it. Okay, that's non-parity. That board doesn't support parity, so it's not there. That's an 8088 board, so not there. Oh. Okay. That's not, that's non-parity memory. That's memory that just hit the floor. Actually, yes, this weekend at the System Source Swap Meet, I am. Oh, those are 30 pin. Those are 30 pin, 30 pin. I probably will try to find some RAM. Because I have some parity RAM somewhere, and it's in a board. I knew I would forget to do something, and figuring out which board that parity RAM is in. Well, that's apparently what I forgot to do. Well, I knew I would figure it out at some point during the live stream. Okay, so these are not the Sims that I was looking for, but they are parity, so so Jeremy's saying that Shuttle Hot stands for highly optimized technology. I would contend that HOT stands for highly obfuscated copying. And for those of you wondering how in the world you fit highly obfuscated copying into HOT, well, it's obfuscated. Also, you've got to remember that the, yeah. Oh, yeah. Let's see here. Oh, let's see. I think while I was looking for RAM, I missed some things in the chat. Let's see here. Kibbs is back. Yay. And we got, Jesse's here. i8386SX. Yay. Oh, yeah. Adam probably saw that I have a BIOS chip, which I will try. Pre-programmed and actually labeled it so I would remember what it goes to. This is the latest BIOS that I downloaded from the RetroWeb for this board. I don't think it's really going to help much, but we'll try it. Oh, no, Adam. Adam got a motherboard mailed in an envelope. It's just like an LC board I got earlier this year. Yes, this is a standard ATX power supply. It's the one I got from Trina. So it's actually it's a Best Tech. It came from, well, it came from Canada, though it's a product of China, but well, it seems to work decently. Just I'm using an adapter I got from Tindy. So yeah, Shuttle pain in the rear. Yep. Shuttle was better in the Pentium 3 era, which I would contend is probably because they realized they were going to have to actually compete or go bust. Are they still around, or did they go bust? I can't remember. There's one motherboard manufacturer I'm thinking of. Oh yeah, okay, that was a bit. Because I was looking at a bit motherboard. A bit had accounting irregularities and eventually filed bankruptcy. I think their boards were actually pretty good, but apparently their accounting practices were pretty shady. But yeah. Yeah, I think Shuttle kind of got better in the Pentium 3 era, but I don't know that it really saved their reputation. Yeah. Yeah, Jesse remembers getting a power book in a box with 0 packing material. Remarkably no damage during transit. Jeremy, if Shuttle were honest, the model numbers their motherboard should have been hot garbage. This motherboard is kind of hot garbage. You'll see why in a moment. Okay, so I'm not even going to push this motherboard. This is just a DX266. Because I think for what I'm about to show you... Jeremy added an addendum. If Shuttle were honest, the model numbers of their motherboards should have been hot garbage on the hottest day of summer in Death Valley. Yeah. All right. Let's see here. So this is the Shuttle Hot 419. I need to pull up the jumper settings. I'm going to double check them because what I'm going to show you may shock you. It may surprise you. It might actually do neither of the above, considering this is a Shuttle motherboard, and we've been warning you in the chat that these motherboards are awful. So this is version 1.0 of the motherboard, and I remember that because after I figured it out, I took a picture of it and I sent it to the retro web and had them add it. So I can remember which board's mine because my picture, the picture I took is on the page. Because believe me, it took me a while to figure out this was version 1, because any good motherboard manufacturer would have actually put the version number of the board on the board. In fact, any good manufacturer of a motherboard would have bothered to put their brand and model number on the board. So that probably should tell you something. That is the brand on this board? No. Is the model on this board? No. Is the version number on this board? No. It's like they wanted to hide from it as soon as they released it. And the only reason I know it's a Shuttle Hot 419 is because it's the only board on the retro web that even compares when you search by the slots it has and the socket and whatnot. I mean, it's the only thing that comes up. So, good night, Frank. Anyways, I want to double check these jumpers because what I'm about to show you, I want to make sure that the jumpers are correct because it will come back to haunt us. Okay, so this is a P24D processor, which does support write back. So JP59 I need to close. And I did figure out that JP59 is in a really odd spot. Because I know in a previous live stream, I incorrectly identified where JP59 was. Because it's kind of, I mean, it's right here. JP59 is nowhere close to JP60 and JP57. Okay, I've closed that jumper. It should be in write back mode for P24D processors. JP65 should be closed for a 2x multiplier. And seriously, this is how awful the jumpers are that I think at one point I actually added, I cannot change JP65. There is no jumper. Okay, for the P24D, JP3 should be 2 and 3. Which it is. I think this board is, I'm just double checking this. JP5 is 2 and 3. Which I think JP5 is 2 and 3. JP8, and yeah, the jumpers are not in order, is 1 and 2. Okay. JP42 should be open. And I think JP42 is... I mean, seriously, it's like... It's like they numbered the jumpers and then had their auto router put them on the board. Instead of putting the jumpers on the board and then numbering them in some way that makes sense. So JP42... JP42... Oh, there it is. It's, oh, it is open. Yeah, some of the jumpers are, like, in line with all the front panel header connectors, which is like really annoying for finding things. JP43, so JP42 is here. JP43, I think, is actually up here. Seriously, I keep scrolling back to the, nope, that's not where it is. JP43 is actually, here. JP43 should be 1 and 2. Yep, and JP44 should be open. Where's JP44? It's like, where in the world is Carmen Sandiego? This is where in the world are my jumpers? Okay, JP44 is open. JP44 is here. Seriously, it's like they let their auto router. Okay, 45, 46, 47, and 48 should all be open. I think these are at least clustered together. Somewhat. I say that, and then I realize 45 is nowhere close to 46, 47, and 48. Okay, 45 is right here. Okay, 45 is open. 46 is open. 47 and 48 are open. Okay. And then JP49 is 1 and 2. This is like how not to design a motherboard. So honestly, if JP49 is 1 and 2. Okay. Now you're probably thinking, well, possibly, are there any more jumpers? Yeah, I got to set this. Actually, I think I've got the speed jumpers already set for 66 megahertz. And this is actually how I figured out what version of the board it is because of the speed jumpers. So I'm pretty sure. And they're actually, I think the order they are on the board, it's actually 22, 21, 23 is the order they are on the board. I'm not kidding. But in the manual, they're listed in 21, 22, 23. And actually on the silk screen here, they're listed in a completely different order too. So 2 and 3, 1 and 2, 2 and 3. Yep. Okay. So I think I had a 66 megahertz. Shuttle, Amptron, PC Chips, and ECS are all the same company. Surprisingly, ECS is still around. For more information, look up the PC Chips lottery. Yeah. Yes, this had a Varda. No, this board did not have a Varda on it. That's like the one thing Shuttle did right. It did not have a Varda on it. Okay, so I've jumpered it. It's a 4060X266. If everyone will remember, 486s have cache on the processor. So I'm going to turn this thing on. It's quite possible it is not going to... The other quirk about this board is it sometimes doesn't like to power up the first time. Okay, maybe I should plug a postcard in just in case that RAM is actually... Just in case it actually has a legitimate issue with that RAM. So let me plug a postcard in. Let me plug the speaker in. Because I don't know... I think this is parity RAM. Let's see here. No postcode at all. Oh, that's right. This board, it is also possible there's something wrong with this board, too. Because it, I remember now, it doesn't like to power up the... Alright, I may have something jumpered wrong. It should have started to boot by now. It put the processor... Yep, okay, the processor's in correctly. Oh, that's right. That's right. Okay. So if you'll remember, JP59 closed is for write back cache. So let me remove the write back jumper. That's right. That's one of the quirks of this board. But it's not its worst one. So I just opened JP59. Yeah, this board does not work if JP59 is closed. So I will not have write back cache on this processor. Now, Retrotech Chris will immediately recognize this. Okay, so I want to show everyone external cache and internal cache are enabled. Let's see, auto config. Okay, I think the bus clock may be set to something wacky, but it's at least, let's give it a try. Okay. There we go. Yeah, it's the 486 WinBIOS that I have. Okay, so strike number 1 on this board, I cannot use write back cache because the moment you close that jumper, it will not boot. Much as I want a WinBIOS board. I may just have to find a compact with a WinBIOS this weekend. Okay, now here's strike number 2. Okay, it's not visible here. All right, so you can see L1 cache enabled in write-through mode. But wait a minute. Noticed something missing there. Okay, let's go run cache check. And I'll let you ponder what might be missing as I frame the zoom in, because I'm sure someone's going to say, "Oh well, wasn't PC chips or Amptron ECS famous for doing blah 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 blah?" And I'll show you. Okay, if you will notice, how much memory do I have in this computer? 16 megabytes. That ran really fast. If you will notice, look at those access times. That is miserable, but there we go. This machine does not seem to have any cache. Oh, Kibbs. Oh, you would think. And maybe I need to check the cache jumpers, but these are not fake cache chips. These appear to actually be ISSI cache chips. Although I guess I could pull them out and put some replacements in. But I'm pretty sure these are actually cache chips. Because actually, if you look on the access times, it actually goes up slightly between 256 and 512K, implying that it's the cache is there, but it is like, oh, the board fakes it. That is entire. Let's see. Let's take a look at something. It may also be CMOS memory size mismatch. Okay, maybe I do need to save settings here. There is a tag chip, yes. Let's do this. So let's restore optimal values. Standard. Okay, date time's fine. Floppy. Okay, it seemed to save that. Save that. Okay. Whoops. I do want to run the memory test because I want to make sure it's seeing it. So internal and external cache are enabled. Chipset. Whoops. Okay, I think I'm actually going to disable this for a moment. I keep hitting page up and page down like a normal BIOS. So clock divided by 4. That should be about 8.33 megahertz. All right. Yeah, I'll run speed sys. Well, that is a wacky amount of RAM that it seemingly found. Okay, it does seem... Oh, sorry. I forgot to change input. So the board is telling me it has 256K of cache memory. I could type. All right. So CPU ident finds a level 1 cache. Cache check. That's weird. Okay, it must not like these memory modules. That could be a problem. Because it found 4736K. Okay, it doesn't like these memory modules or something. Yeah, let me... So Jeremy's telling me U3 is shared with RA12 and RA13. All right, let me run SpeedSys. All right, you can't run some of the tests, but... All right, so here's SpeedSys. We'll see what it says. Well, this runs, let me see if I can find the parity memory module that I'm pretty sure I have around here somewhere. And in fact, I'm probably going to embarrassingly find that I had it, like, within inches of my hand, but it's blocked. But I've got something sitting in front of it. Or that I probably set something on top of it tonight. Which actually, maybe I should just look at under everything I set on my bench tonight. Okay, let's see here. It's quite possible that memory module I'm looking for is actually in one of these other motherboards. Well, that's... Alright, that's not it, because one of the memory modules I was looking for previously... Okay, there's a new bus network card. Nice Cirrus Logic video card. PCI video bracket. Static bag. Oh, that's the video card. That video card for the mystery project. Oh. I think I found the anti-static bag I might have put the memory in for safekeeping. So, it's claiming I have 5 megabytes of memory, which is really weird. Because I'm pretty sure I did not put 2.5 megabyte memory modules in this computer. Oh, no. Tricked myself. It's SD RAM. Not there. Okay. Maybe I'm going crazy. Okay, it's still running tests, so let me go check a few things. I suspect I stuck the memory in a motherboard that I've forgotten about, and I will find it. I will look for it. Yeah. So, I've got a motherboard floating around here. I've completely forgotten about, and it probably has memory in it. No. Try some. All right. Well, this test is almost done. Oh. Nope. It's not in there. All right. Well, I guess this weekend on my list of things I'm looking for is some 72-pin Sims. Okay, I do remember what board this RAM came out of, and it may explain why it's acting, why I'm only seeing 5 megabytes. It came out of a Pentium system. It may very well be probably not entirely compatible with this computer. All right, so what does fall off look like? Let me go look at this picture here. Oh, yeah. Yeah, there's like no L1 to L2 fall off. It looks like it's on. Honestly, it looks like it's only seeing the L2 cache. Retrotech Chris has a box of 72-pin Sims if all else fails. Well, you know, Chris, the I'll probably find them like next Monday. I might. We can talk when I'm up there. I sure thought I had some, but they've run away. Run away! Run away! Almost like there's a motherboard I keep forgetting about that I stuck them in. Or, I don't know. Okay, this board is not, like, it's like it's not seeing the L2 cache. Or the L1 cache. Let's, So, as you all, well, as I admitted, I have the latest BIOS for this board. So, let me swap the BIOS chips real quick. And by swap the BIOS chips real quick, it'll require me to find the chip lifter that is on my workbench somewhere that I could not find last night to do something else. Okay, so these memory modules came out of, I think they came out of the IBM that Jeremy gave me. I have a feeling they're well, they're 60 nanosecond. They're probably EDO. Maybe the contacts are dirty. Of course, maybe the contacts are dirty on the motherboard. All right, I'm gonna try reseating them. Well, maybe was that the memory I'm looking for that I somehow just managed to knock off my workbench? I cannot find my chip lifter. It's like I took it upstairs or something, but I don't remember taking it upstairs. Right. Fine, I'll use a spudger. Yeah, it looks like I have L2 cache. That's the thing. I don't think these are fake cache chips. I think they're I think they are legitimate cache chips. It's like this motherboard's not enabling the L1 cache for some reason. Oh, oh no, Jeremy forgot to pack the IBM boards. Well, go weigh the IBM boards separately, Jeremy. We got like 5 pounds to work with. Otherwise, the surcharge is like $17.50. All right, maybe we save those for the next shipment. I don't know. Oh, okay. Well, oh, you haven't sealed the box yet. Okay, well, put them in the box and get me a new weight. If you'd like to help me save vintage treasures, you can check out my coffee. Links in the video description below. UPS may be about to get a surcharge from me for rescuing a significant portion of vintage treasures. I sure thought UPS charged a surcharge starting at 70 pounds, but apparently at some point they changed their surcharge limit to 50 pounds because I guess they wanted more of that sweet, sweet money for nothing. Because it's not like the driver's going to do anything different, because I think it's still 70 pounds before 2 people have to carry it because it's UPS. Okay. I put the new BIOS chip in. Yeah, Gibbs would have taught those motherboard makers a lesson if he could. Yeah. Or if they could. All right. Yeah, I would have taught them a lesson too. All right. So, gotta quickly make sure the BIOS settings are correct. Okay. I keep wanting to hit page up, page down, but that does not. It's not happy on WinBIOS. Internal, external cache enabled. Oh, hold on, Jeremy. Let me. I'll have to go upstairs and grab it. I'll start speed sys and I'll go upstairs and grab it. We'll see if this BIOS maybe fixes any of the. Okay. No, I do not want master mode. Byte swap. Cycle. Internal cache write back. Ah, well, I guess I could try enabling it there. Power management disabled. Okay, let's try this. Yeah, yeah, let me go upstairs and grab it. I brought most everything down for the Commodore, but I guess I didn't bring the data set down yet. Because it's not sitting over there. I do have a bazillion sockets from Jamco now, though. I stocked up. Alright, so CPU is still in write-through mode. CPU ident only sees L1 cache. Cache check. Cache check is only seeing... Yeah, cache check. This machine seems to have one cache. Weird. Alright, speed sys. Alright. Let me go upstairs and grab something. I'll make sure I didn't take those stems upstairs for some silly reason, because that would have been silly. Alright, spoilers for Thursday's live stream. Yeah, Kibbs says CPU cache seems to be disabled and the board substitutes it with cache, which is a lot slower. Yeah. And despite the fact that it is enabled in the BIOS. Which, you know, I guess we can go into the BIOS and disable it and see if it makes any difference. Maybe the settings are inverted for some reason. Alright, so Jeremy's asking about the condition of my data set. So, first of all, as proof it came from LNY Electronics. Second of all, I realized it has a toggle switch on it, and I have no idea why there's a toggle switch on it. So Jeremy, if your data set doesn't have a hole drilled in it with a toggle switch, right there would be one reason that I might need a parts unit. So this is the C2N cassette. I'll go ahead and open up this bag. So, anyways, it honestly, it might be slightly yellowed, but honestly, it's probably not conveying on camera, and the door's kind of scratched up. But it does eject. Buttons press. I don't have a tape in it. I'm sure the belts are like... I do not know what that toggle switch does. It's got a cable. So, there's that. Oh, yes. And then, also, I will not be featuring it Thursday because I don't have a way to show it off. But at some point, I don't need, I won't need Joe to make modem noises for me. Okay. Oh, hey, Roger. Welcome. Yep, so teasers for... Okay, now I'm not using this on Thursday's live stream. I need to set up something so I can dial in with modems so I can keep up. I need to be able to keep up with the Commodore. All right, well, I mean, I've got my console 5 order. I did order belts for the data set, so I'll be able to replace the belts. I'm assuming they're goo, and we'll probably just go open it up and replace them. I won't even test it first. I'll just go replace them because I'm assuming they're goo. I it might also be interesting to see if I can figure out what the toggle switch is for by opening it up. I don't know if maybe that makes it like read only. I don't know if maybe that enables Jiffy DOS in the data set. I didn't think data sets had Jiffy DOS though, but what do I know? I'm not a Commodore expert. My friends had Commodores back in the day. I had, well, back in that day, didn't have a home computer. All right, well, while I wait for this to run, I'm going to take my 3D printed microscope adapter and I'm going to put the bolt and nut in it so I do not lose parts, like I seemingly already have done. Yay. Oh, there they are. So at least if I'm going to lose them, I'm going to lose all the parts. There we go. Yeah, it's like definitely not seeing the... like the L1 cache is disabled. Oh, okay, Jeremy, that works, because... yeah, those data sets are... I wouldn't be able to use them for parts, so yeah, that makes sense. Alright. You know, I could probably stop it, but... oh, wait, I think it's done. Okay. Alright. So... advanced. External cache. Internal... let me... okay, so I'm going to disable the internal cache. Maybe it's inverted. I mean, that seems really weird. Maybe it's inverted. Well... there we go. Oh, interesting. That is really interesting. So, now that I've gone and disabled the internal cache, CPU ident utility is complaining that the L1 cache is disabled, so these numbers might be inaccurate. That is really interesting. So, what is cache check going to say? Okay, well now that is really interesting. I call shenanigans. Not sure if anyone else is noticing something, but it was actually faster accessing memory with L1 disabled. That doesn't seem right at all. Oh, you got the data sets for free at VCF? Cool. Alright, well, at least I can't... okay, I can't lose my 3D prints, so... I just bolted them together. For some reason, though, there's a little knurled knob you can put on the bolt. Oh, I see why it won't fit. Okay. 486 PCI BIOS is the same BIOS. Okay, well, hopefully it isn't misconfiguring the L1 and L2 cache. That would be sad. Alright. Let me check SpeedSys. I found that very interesting that it was actually faster. That doesn't seem right. It was faster accessing memory with the cache disabled than the cache enabled. So does this board just have a really ineffective cache? Would PC Chips, ECS, Amptron, Shuttle have done something like that and made geeks suffer with boards that had ineffective cache? No, that doesn't sound like something they would do. That's just really weird. Oh, actually, I figured out how to attach the knurled knob. There we go. So now I can put my... So while we wait for this to run and probably show us nothing that we haven't seen already, I've got my microscope adapter. I just put it together. I printed it in blue plastic just because that's what was in the printer. Sometimes it's just easier. And well, actually, huh. And the camera won't snap in. Oh, there we go. I was trying to put it in upside down, apparently. Even though it looks like it was in right side up. I don't know. This is a weird microscope adapter. All right. Well, it does appear as if there's like... Yeah, Chris is saying if done ineffectively, caching could make things worse. It's an extra memory copy. Yeah. I'm not... Oh, okay. Hey, K-Mac. My CPU cooler slowly slipping off of my CPU, yeah. All right, so this board gets the Justin seal of disapproval. The better vintage PCs and gardens. Don't buy it. There we go. But at least though, when I get the microscope stand on my microphone boom arm mounted my desk and put the microscope on it, I've got it in its adapter, so I'll at least be able to have better microscope video, even if... Yeah, I mean, oh, yeah. The cache is like, there's no There's no glide slope or whatever. So, yeah, this is like a useless board. And to think that I spent money on a DIN connector so I could repair the keyboard connector. Because this is like... Yeah, that is like... This is useless. So you can... Okay, so... The DX2... Which, actually, quite honestly... I mean, I would think it would work with the DX2, but okay. Whatever. I'm going to put my other DX2 in it, the one that's not write back enabled. And I'll go re-enable the caches in the BIOS. At least I'll... Yeah, keep... Okay, this BIOS has a really odd quirk that if you start pressing delete on the keyboard too soon, it declares a keyboard error. And you can't press F1. It's like it's stopped listening to the keyboard. I mean, I mean, quite honestly, is there something wrong with this board? Maybe. All right. I'm trying to get into the BIOS. I am having trouble getting into the BIOS. There we go. Seriously, it's like sometimes when you hit delete, it thinks there's a keyboard error, and then it's just like, it's done with you. External cache enabled, internal cache, so I'll enable the caches. I'm going to make sure that write back cache setting that I think I'd turned on at some point. I will disable that because this isn't a write back processor. And maybe with that disabled, I should maybe try the last processor on last time. Let's see if there's any difference with this processor, which isn't write back. Yeah, this board I may not list this board on eBay. It's so, special, and that's putting it nicely. Okay, CPU ident utility shows that I have only one cache. Cache check shows... Thing is, I don't like selling things on eBay that I can't vouch for. I can't in right conscience call this an untested board. I'd have to sell it as a board with issues. Maybe I can't really pin down exactly what the issues are, but yeah. Oh, it's a 16-bit controller card. I didn't want to push my luck. It's one that works on my 386 decently. There we go. It seems to have cache check is showing one cache. And I'll run speed sys. We'll probably see that it's working like it has one cache. Honestly, I think this board... I think there's a bug in the BIOS. I think it's disabling the L1 cache. I'm not a 32-bit assembly expert. I wouldn't be able to open the BIOS code up and take a look at it and see if it's actually disabling the L2 cache. I mean, it'd be really cool if maybe I'll have some video where I have trouble with the BIOS and someone will say, "Hey, you know, I'm Okay, I see the scene in Back to the Future 2 where he's playing the video game and he aces it and it calls him the whatever that video game says when you shoot all the players, and then the kids are like, you gotta use your hands. Oh, come on. L1 cache is in the processor. Chris, this is the second processor I've tried, and it sees one cache. But it seems like when you run the cache check, the cache it's seeing is L2. I'll try one of the AMD processors, which I think will then get to one of the other quirks of this board. In fact, I'll try the Intel DX4. I'll try the PNY QuickChip. I think once I go through those, you'll see that there's not much point of pulling other processors out. It's still bugging me where the sim that I was using for some of these other boards is. It's, wait. I think I stuck it in the anti-static bag for one of these boards. That's probably why I can't find it. That's not that board. And it wouldn't be that board because this board doesn't have 72-pin sim sockets. Alright. I think I'm going to find that the sim I can't find that I thought was on my bench is probably in an anti-static bag with a motherboard. Oh, that's fine, Chris. I know. You're busy. Well, maybe there is a TSR to enable it, but it does kind of bother me that a 486 board is not configuring something like that properly. And Chris found it, so I may have to pull a GoTech out and try it. Cache enable disable utility for DOS. Huh. Warning. I like the warning on this program. Oh, Chris, I've tried 2 BIOS revisions. I tried the one that was on the board, and I also tried the latest version from the retro web. Okay, yeah, I like the warning on this program. Warning. If you do not have an 80486, I don't know what will happen if you run these, but it probably won't be good. Okay. Oh, actually, at least one good thing is I have my compact flash reader down here, so I can pop these on this. Oh, if I can find the download link. Oh, let me see. I'll name. Oh. Oh, okay. I'm not signed on to the Vogons forums from down here. I mean, honest. Oh, let's see here. Vogons. Vogons. Log in. Again. There we go. And now I bet that link will work. There we go. Well, that's weird. Hold on. Yeah, no L1 detected there. There we go. Yeah, let me see if I can log in. For some reason, when YouTube redirected it, it went to a non-secure website, so I just had to fix up the URL. And oh, there it is. I figured it out. Yeah, no cache for sure. Okay, let me all right. The download link was at the bottom of the page, Chris. I wasn't looking down far enough. I thought the download link was at the top. Okay, so I got this program Chris sent me on here. Let me just throw it somewhere. Let's see. New folder. All right. All right. One nice thing about the using compact flash cards is makes it very easy to quickly plug them into a modern computer and unzip some things to it. Oh, thanks, Chris. I'll think I got it, but if I didn't, well, I'll go grab what you just put on your Google Drive. Can you put a 72-pin SIM on your Google Drive? It is still bugging me what I did with the 72-pin SIM that I know I had used with this board previously. All right, so ICE. So this enables the internal cache and bench. Okay, S. Internal L1 cache enabled in write-through mode. Well, that's not inspiring confidence. Okay, T cache check. Hey, Dave. 172-pin SIM coming right up. This machine seems to have one cache. Interesting. I just ran that cache enable and all right. If I disable the internal cache, And then run speed sys, showing internal L1s disabled. And cache check shows faster memory accesses. I may be bringing a couple motherboards that could use some more testing. It'll probably show that there's something wrong. This board is stupid. I disabled the L1 cache, which seemingly at some points seems to make itself look like the L2 cache. And memory accesses are faster. Either these actually are... Okay, if these are fake cache chips, then they're getting warm. Usually the fake cache chips have nothing in them, so I think these are real cache chips. I think this is a horrible chipset. Or a horrible board design. Well, it could be a horrible chipset. Okay. Yeah, it's like Adrian's board, but this isn't that contact chipset. Now, I've got a board with the contact chipset. Okay, so that was just a DX Intel. Okay, let me go for... Okay, I'm going to go for AMD. So this is the PNY QuickChip. I don't remember what this board did with the PNY QuickChip, though. Okay, it is starting to boot. One of these boards just basically locked up when you tried to use the AMY, this QuickChip. Although that might have been the first board we looked at. All right. So CPU ident utility. So AM5x86 133. It can tell the difference between the 5x86 and the 486 when you use a 4x clock multiplier. So that's how it's able to narrow it down, because it reports the same CPU vendor and model, I think, for backwards compatibility, because some things it might have broken it. Jeremy's suggesting last resort for this board, mount it in a shadow box with a caption that reads what not to buy. Actually, I'd rather just sell it for like $5 and get $5 back out of it. Oh, well, maybe a little more than $5. Probably not worth $5, though. The only thing is, Jeremy, the shadow box would cost me... it's a sunk cost. It would almost cost me as much as I paid for this board to go get a shadow box for it. And there we go. Yet again, it seems to have one cache. The cache is 256 kilobytes, which actually cache check, I think, is flagging. If you notice the exclamation marks, it knows that 486s don't have that large of an L1 cache. Good night, Eric. And... Okay, if I disable the internal cache... Thank you to Dave. Yay. Happy second streaming anniversary. Thank you, Dave. That'll help me buy some vintage treasures this weekend. Okay. I've disabled the internal cache. And L1 cache disabled. This is basically a 46 processor, so I knew it would probably work. And look! Faster memory accesses! This is a crummy motherboard. I should send it to Adrian and get his opinion on it. No, I couldn't do that to Adrian. He's a really nice guy. I don't I don't think I could I don't think I could make him suffer through that. Destroying his LS120 drive was enough for one YouTuber for a year. I don't think I could make him suffer through a really horrible 486 motherboard that the best idea that someone's come up with is to put it in a shadow box. Oh yeah, here we go. This board. So I put the Intel Overdrive processor in this board, and that's right. I don't think this board even posts with this Overdrive processor in it. Oh no, maybe it does. Maybe it was just the wonderful qualities of the quality shuttle put into this board showing itself. Sometimes the board I just think doesn't power up the first time. All right, DX4 100. Do I really think it's going to show cache? Not really. L1 cache. Oh no, GeForce, you are not going to install a driver. No. No, no, no. You're not going to trick me tonight. This machine seems to have one cache. Actually, it wasn't in for the record the other, I guess a couple streams ago when the stream unceremoniously ended before the music finished. That was actually not NVIDIA updating the driver. That was Microsoft updating the driver, even though I have NVIDIA GeForce Experience installed and NVIDIA drivers. Microsoft apparently decided, oh, we want to install NVIDIA drivers for you. We see you're using your video card. But I'm going to pretend I don't see you using your video card, and I'm going to update the drivers for you. And by the way, when you rip the video drivers out from under OBS Studio, it rightfully gets very unhappy and stops encoding and sending video. Yeah. Okay. One cache. Intel Overdrive. No, This is probably the board where I wish I had a Cyrix processor to see what the Cyrix processor did. Because maybe this board wants a Cyrix processor. I don't know. There's really probably not much else I can say on this board other than it's a shuttle hot garbage 419 board. Negative 10 out of 10. Do not recommend. I'm not even sure I would send this board to my worst enemy because I'd be afraid they'd like find the one processor it likes and then have a working system. Okay, so this board is yeah. This board doesn't have quirks and features. This board is just broken. I mean, the fact that it sees these memory modules that are, I think these are 4 megabyte modules, and it's seeing them as like some weird amalgamation. I don't know. This board is just horribly special. Okay, I am getting the impression that the OBS has stopped updating the chat, so I do apologize if you all have been yelling at me. I just noticed that the chat seems to... Oh, okay. Maybe the chat did stop. It is... Oh, 10:30. And I've showed you a board that I think I can make work with an AMD processor. And it actually seems to work decently. It at least is caching. I've showed you a board, this board here, that seems to work better if you disable the cache. It's almost like... I mean, I think this board would have... I was actually about to ask myself, Is it possible this was a fake cache board that someone put sockets on and actually put real cache on? No. It does actually appear as if the sockets are factory, so no. I don't think this is a case of I bought this board from someone that replaced fake cache. Yeah. Okay. So I will put this in my pile of boards. May make an appearance up at RetroTech Chris's. Might try it with some other memory modules, just to rule out that the problem was some incompatibility with the RAM. Although the last time I tried this board, it was acting weird too, and I had the module I'm actually been looking for, and I don't know where I've put it. It's probably in plain sight, as usually is the case for things that I can't find. I just realized I have a random floppy. Oh, no, that's an LTE floppy drive. Okay. What's the next board in the pile of boards? Okay, this board is the one that was in the case when I got it from VCF East. And I'm not going to test it tonight. The thing with this board, this board doesn't claim to support write-back cache. So there's nothing inherently wrong with this board, other than the socket is a bit, it's a bit stiffer than, oh, actually, maybe it is. Maybe the socket is fine. I thought the socket was a little stiffer than... Oh, okay. It's just a different style socket. That's why. Okay. All right, it's a different style socket. There's nothing wrong with this board. It doesn't support write-back cache. It never claimed to. I thought maybe it might be new enough that it might, because it had 72 pins and sockets, but that was incorrect on my part. I don't think this board supports write-back cache. I think I did try to use the QuickChip in here, and I tried to overclock it. And I wasn't able to get it to overclock in this board. But, I mean, that might just be this board didn't like running at 40 megahertz. I might pull this out later if we get through the last board quickly. But I don't think there's anything wrong with this board. It just doesn't support the features I want. So I don't have any qualms selling this board on eBay. I probably will at least recoup a little of what I've spent on 486 boards, because I've bought more 486 boards than I need, especially when some of them are just downright incompetently made. Okay, so this though might actually be my best board quality wise. So this is my contact chipset board. So this is actually, so if you saw Adrian Black's video where I forget when it was, I think it was maybe a couple months ago. He had a 486 board that he was trying to put his Pentium overdrive in, and I don't think it enabled the caches. That board had this chipset. It's the Contact 82C596A. So this is that same chipset as the board he was trying to use. This actually is a fairly nice board, despite the fact I think it is an older 486 board. The manual doesn't mention anything past like DX266. It doesn't support write-back cache, but it is actually a decent made board from what I can tell. It was actually made in the USA, of domestic and global parts. Actually, when I got it, the battery was still on it. I think the battery had started to leak. There is like a little bit of green tinge on these first few pins, but the socket still works, and actually it's so minor. I've neutralized it, but I'm not going to remove the socket to try to repair it. It's just too risky for that. But anyways, I actually like this board. It's actually fairly nice. It is Intel Overdrive ready. This board, I was able to get my QuickChip to run at 160 megahertz. So it's actually a decently stable board. So let's take a look at it. This would be my other contender for my 486 sleeper, because this board actually works well. I mean, I wish it had 72 pin SIM sockets on it, but or I wish that 72 pin SIMs were cheaper on eBay, but well, I mean, I'm convinced there's not like one single perfect 486 board. At least the cool thing is, though, this board, since it is 30 pin SIMs, it at least has 8 SIM slots. So I can put 32 megabytes of RAM in it. And I believe it is totally fine with these. Now, I've got boards that do not like these SIMs. I do not know what is different about them. They are 60 nanosecond SIMs, and I have often wondered if these are possibly like some EDO memory for 30 pin SIMs or something weird like that. And this board maybe is able to correctly use them in fast page mode, because I don't think it supports EDO memory. And maybe some other boards are not able to, maybe they're not made right. Although some of these SIMs are also 80 nanoseconds. Some of them are 60 nanoseconds. It is also maybe possible this board, maybe its default timings work better with these odd memory modules. I don't know what the difference is. Some of these chips are 60 nanoseconds. New benchmark for these megahertz per pounds. The chunk. Well, this board, I mean, this board actually works decently well. Says YouTuber, and then struggles to get the, well, Visa local bus cards are always difficult to get in. Oh, actually, I think I know why I would. Actually, I know why this was a contender, but I think I just realized why I ultimately won't use it. It's because of the Visa local bus slot placement. It's in the wrong place, and it conflicts with the. I think it conflicts with the case. I think the case has an obstruction, because most cases, it's like they expected the long slots to be over on this side, and this one has the long slots here, and I think the case I want to put this in for it to be my sleeper 486, there's an obstruction, so I think I can't. That's, I think, why I ultimately wasn't going to use this board for it, is because the Visa local bus slots are in the wrong place. I mean, I think I've totally realized that for my sleeper 486, I'm just probably going to give up on having a write-back cache and just go for a board that seems to be reliable. And this board is reliable. I mean, this is a really nice board. They don't show up that often on eBay. And maybe that's because they didn't make many, but I also sometimes think that maybe the boards that don't show up on eBay as often, maybe those are the boards that people want to keep, because they just work. So I think I've got this jumpered for a DX266. So I'm just going to go ahead and put a DX266 in it. And we'll power it up and see what it says. Anyways, this board's just like, there we go. Also, for some weird reason, the banner actually appears on this board. So it is a bit slow doing the memory test. This might be a board that's a candidate for turning off the memory test because it counts it pretty slow. Of course, I also did put 32 megabytes of memory in it. Oh, also, someone told me that because I've never really liked this color scheme. Apparently, you can hit F2 and F3 and change the colors. I think I'm just going to go for blue. There we go. All right. Live diff. Okay, I do not know why the time of day lost several days. All right, I have a feeling I tried something on this board and 22. Yeah, I do not know why the clock is weirdly wrong. Okay. Just make sure. Okay, actually I have some caching turned on this board. Above 1 megabyte memory test. I'm going to disable that because it's kind of slow. I do have parity RAM in this board, so I'll leave parity check enabled. That'll suffice. And internal and external cache is enabled. And let's see here. Auto configuration is cache type control. Even the okay. So the BIOS has write back settings, but they don't do anything. So I'm just going to turn that to write through. I don't think this chipset supports write back. Or if it does, I think it might be Cyrix. Cacheable range 128 megabytes. All right, there we go. Oh, this board does not like this controller card. That's right. This board does not like this controller card. Okay. Okay. I do not know why this board does not like this controller card, but I remember running into this. Probably something because this card has a BIOS on it. Probably something about the BIOS on this card. That's fine. I do have a Promise IDE card here that's got a BIOS on it so that I can still use that compact flash card. And let's see here. I would use my caching controller card, but I have to find RAM. So I guess since I can't use that 16-bit card because for some reason it doesn't like this board, I'll have to use a. I don't have a generic like 16-bit IDE card without a BIOS. That might be something else I look for at the swap meet. So instead, I'll use this 32-bit one that doesn't require me to go find memory modules that the caching controller card likes. Because I think The caching controller card that Retrotech Chris sent me is really neat, but it does not work with a tappy drive, so if I'd want to put a CD-ROM in this computer, it could get interesting. I don't have to put CD-ROMs in everything. Okay. The only thing about this the Promise IDE BIOS, it's a bit slower on detecting. All right, so it is claiming to be starting MS-DOS. And I think I just realized that I think this Promise IDE card, this Promise IDE BIOS does require me to set a hard drive. Some of them don't. Some of them can detect the drives and add them, and some of them require you to add like a Type 1 hard drive, and it'll replace it in the memory where the BIOS puts it. I think this BIOS requires you to configure something. Either, so let me see if this helps at boot. It is also... You know, just when I said this was probably my most reliable board, I don't know what's up with it. All right. Maybe I have this board jumpered for something that I don't realize that I do. Okay. Something's not configured right here. Does this board actually not like this memory? Oh. Okay. Standard CMOS. Caches are enabled. System ROMs shadow, video shadow, advanced chipset. Okay, let me just enable auto configuration. Okay, maybe I'm going to have to dig out some memory for the cache and controller card. No ROM basic system halted. That's nice. Okay. Well, there's more than one way to boot on this computer. Okay. It doesn't seem to like this controller card. And maybe that's a different controller card than I thought it was. Okay. Doesn't like that controller card. It doesn't seem to like my other 16-bit controller card. Fine. All right. So this is a Bus Logic caching controller card. I have 4 Sims of, I don't know what size they are, but they're matching. Because this controller card does require memory on it. In fact, this controller card has a 286 processor on it. Almost like it's a tiny computer to cache your hard drives. Okay. And then plug in the compact flash card. You're probably asking, can you really tell a difference when caching a compact flash card? And the answer is probably no, not really. It's just like this card likes this motherboard. Of course, maybe there's something wrong with this motherboard. Could be failing. Alright, if you heard that beep, that was actually the caching controller card that beeped, because I put a speaker on it. There we go. I think I've got, oh yeah, I've got 4 megabytes of cache installed. And it doesn't like the and it looks like the memory I put in it is well, I bet there's a bad memory module. Oh, wait a minute. Nope, I thought I found the memory modules I was looking for, but no. No. Oh, wait. Did I just find them in this box? Oh, here we go. What are these? 2, 4, 6, 9, 8. Oh, here we go. These are not the 72-pin Sims I was looking for. 3. Oh, and that's a VRAM for LC boards. Here we go. This will solve one of the problems I'm having right now. I just found the memory modules that I normally put in the caching controller card. So let me... Yeah, caching controller cards generally don't... Yeah, they won't really do anything for a compact flash card. But then again, if it's the only controller card that can get to work on this motherboard for some reason, then... Well, it's the only one I'll be able to get to work. There might actually be something wrong with these memory modules that I attempted to use. I'm not sure where I got them. But caching controller cards also do require memory because they don't they won't work as just like a non-cached controller card without memory. But yeah, this is a neat caching controller card. but it does have like two limitations. Since it is a caching card, it has its own BIOS. So you're limited to whatever size drives that its BIOS supports. And it has an 8.4 gigabyte limit. And I'm not aware of any BIOS updates for it that break out of that limit. So that is kind of limiting. And the other limit is, well, it doesn't support a TAPI drives. Okay, so it sees my 16 megabytes of cache memory. Oh, I guess I probably do need to hit F2 to set the card up. Yeah, I just realized something. Last time I tried to use this motherboard, I think I had trouble with it. Maybe this motherboard actually is failing. No ROM basic, system halted. Alright. Alright, let me try a different processor. Maybe this board, for some reason, does not like that 486 I grabbed and put in it. So let me put the QuickChip in it, because I know it liked the QuickChip previously. Maybe. I mean, one thing I did do this board recently is I took part of its... I put its original cache back in it. But I also set the jumpers. And I think if we look at... Well... And... Alright, I guess maybe... Chris, it's a 1 gigabyte compact flash card, and I sure thought it's one I've used in this board before. But I am having trouble getting this card to work on this board, and I've tried now 3 different controllers. Alright, well, there is one way to rule out... Okay, well, there's one way to rule out. Let me... Okay. Okay, I'll pull the caching controller card out. Pull the video card out. I'm gonna leave the RAM in. Maybe this motherboard doesn't like this 32-pin RAM. I don't know. Okay. So I just put that motherboard to the side. Okay. I'm going to take the board that I said I wasn't going to pull out. And I'm going to use it. Oh, let me switch back. So I'm going to use the board that I got. This is the board that was in the case that I got from VCF East. I've not had any trouble with it. It just... I mean... The good thing is, it does support 72-pin memory. It doesn't support write-back cache. I mean, nothing that I saw claimed that it does, so it's not like it's... I don't think it's a fault of the board. I was just kind of hoping to use write-back cache. Alright. I don't remember what I've got it jumpered for, so I'm just going to put a DX266 in it. put the video card in. And because I'm ideally trying to test the cache and controller card, I'll put the cache and controller card in. Granted, these are the 72-pin sims that the shuttle board didn't really like, but this isn't a shuttle board. Okay. Okay, so I think that was a beep. That was a beep from the controller card. And all right, let me put a postcard in and a speaker. This board may actually not like that RAM. So okay, posting. There we go. Oh, okay. Well, it's actually this board sees the 64 or the 8 megabytes. So these must be two 4 megabyte memory modules. Okay, so this cache and controller card does require you to have hard disk type C set to 1. Check the BIOS settings here. Caches are enabled. Auto config, that should be fine. I think this board was auto configuring fairly well. Okay, right CMOS setting. There we go. Parameter setup. Okay, that looks right. Okay. Yep. All right. Function 10 to exit. If anyone's wondering, there we go. Right back enhanced 486 in right through mode because this board doesn't support right back. Oh, bus clock speed 40 megahertz. Oh. Yeah, let me fix that. I guess the last thing I was using on this board was a... Oh, that's right. I was probably trying to overclock the QuickChip. Oh, no, I probably had the AMD processor in. Actually... Hold, please. I just noticed something on this board. It's got processor select. So I could select between DX, P23, and P23 is... Oh, that's the 46SX. And P23N, which is the 47SX. Okay. Alright, well then that should be set right. Motherboard speed, 9, 10, and 11. So for 33 megahertz, 9 should be, let's see, it should be 1, 1, 1. Alright. I don't really want to overclock this processor. Okay. That should be good. I'm sure there's probably a VCF local bus jumper that is probably set incorrectly now that I've changed the bus speed, but And we stopped at postcode 13. Interesting. Yeah, this, I don't know why. Some boards just don't like to turn on the first time, but I've noticed that on, like, lots of vintage boards. There we go. This controller card does seem to work. There must be something wrong with my 486, my Made in USA 486 board. Okay, now we're running at 66 megahertz. Okay. There we go. And it does look like we're... Oh, yeah. Okay. I think this board does have 256K of L2 cache. That looks correct. Most of this board can support. There we go. Yeah, that's correct. And speed sys. Yeah. Okay, so this board doesn't turn on the first time every time, but it at least is working. Unlike my, yeah, my Made in USA board, there seems to be a failure with it now. Seems like it has started crashing on boot. Well, I just noticed that the... Oh, no, that's UV. I was about to say, wait, maybe I didn't clean all the corrosion off, but I realized, no, it's UV solder mask that I've put on the bottom of the board. Okay, so I did clean the corrosion. That's right. I had removed some solder mask to double check that there wasn't a broken trace. Maybe I need to go back at some point and double check my work and make sure I didn't, like... do something to the board? Maybe the board's just fail. I mean, this board could be failing. I mean, technology... Old technology does sometimes fail. Let me just make sure the socketed chips are seated well. Oh, actually, you know, the cache chips... Okay, maybe I'll try it again. Maybe the cache... maybe when I swapped the cache, I didn't get them all seated that well. Because there are a few that kind of snapped in. So, okay, we'll try this board again. Maybe the cache chips weren't seated well. Chat is quiet. No, chat is quiet, Chris. I have noticed that my chats do kind of seem to quiet down after 11. I don't know if that's just because... Don't know if that's because there's someone that starts streaming at 11, or if maybe people are going to bed, which, I mean, I wouldn't blame them. I do like to go to bed at 11 sometimes, but... I gotta get my streaming hours up. Ah, there we go. Jesse's still on. Which I will get back to the LTEs at some point. I've got the capacitors in my Mauser cart to repair the power brick. And in fact, I have the plastic housings for my power brick to I was going to clean the capacitor juice off of them. All right, so yeah, this board definitely has L1 and L2 cache. I mean, this board runs with NetWare, but I don't plan on running NetWare. So, okay, but I did confirm my cache and controller card does work. I did realize that I had maybe the cache chips weren't seated right. So let's go back to this other board. Sloopy, I changed out motherboards because I wanted to double check that the controller card was working. Since it is a caching card, it requires you to put memory in it. And it is always possible that I could have grabbed bad memory. And sometimes it can be hard to tell bad memory apart from failing motherboards. So, or bad memory on a cache and controller card apart from bad motherboard. Because the motherboard is still needed to run the BIOS code on the cache and controller card. Okay, so here we go. The USA board. This is like the board I bought for December. I do admit I bought it based on price, not on features, so the fact that this board doesn't seem to support write-back cache is on me because I bought it based on price, which, well, you can probably tell by things that you see on my channel. I buy a lot of things by price, and that comes back to haunt me when it's things like shuttle hot garbage motherboards. Oh, it's working. Oh, you know, Chris, I think the other reason why the chat maybe gets quiet is because I wonder if YouTube has trouble with chat. Because actually, I think my last live stream, or maybe it was Dave's stream, people were having trouble chatting for a while for no rhyme or reason. So YouTube, if you're scheduling maintenance during my live streams, shame on you. Or then again, when you're a 24/7 company, when do you schedule a maintenance window? Probably a good question, but don't always schedule them at the same time every time, because streamers like to schedule on regular schedules. All right, now that first YouTube could just be CMOS checksum failure. That's weird. Well, I didn't think I did anything this board that should have corrupted the CMOS settings. But sure enough, July 8th, 20... Wait a minute. Am I going... Didn't I have to fix the clock on this board the first time I powered it up? I did. Because it said it was July... Actually, I think I got an inkling of what might be going bad on this board. I wonder if the real-time clock chip is going bad. 23... 20... Okay, it seems to have kept the time, but it sure didn't get the date right. Okay. For this controller card, I have to set the drive to type 1. And yes, actually, you set it to type 1. It doesn't matter what type 1 is, you set it to type 1. Because I think the BIOS on the cache controller card is looking for that in the area where BIOS tells the operating system what drives are installed. Okay. Oh! Oh, here we go. Well, it seems to be working better. Okay, so maybe one of the cache chips wasn't fully seated, but I'm also wondering if the real-time clock chip is failing on this board. Because that is weird. I don't think I set this board down on anything that would have, like, reset the real-time clock chip. Maybe I did. Huh, and the board boots. I don't know. All right, we've got a right back enhanced CPU and right through mode. You know, honestly, I'm very tempted to go into the BIOS and try setting right back because I'm not sure I had this particular processor previously when I tried right back on this board. I think it was advanced chipset. Oh, cache type control right back. Okay, I was already set to right back. All right, well, let me. Okay, since this board doesn't seem to support right back cache, I'm thinking that the BIOS designers accidentally left that setting in. But just in case it matters some way, that's weird. Huh, I lost characters on the screen. That's weird. Oh, sorry. I forgot to change the capture input. But it looked like it was working. I went back to the BIOS to change the caching setting to right through. And you'll notice the DSTA and Speedstar has disappeared. Which immediately tells me that I need to check the um, okay, Amazon's driving me nuts because apparently they are charging my subscribe and save order, and at least this time around they're charging it at 11:30 and not like at like midnight. When they charged it at midnight, and I was wondering who in the world is texting me up a storm. I was almost dreading looking at my phone. Then I realized, oh, it's Amazon charging my subscribe and save order. Could they have not done this at a different time of day and not made me worry that I was going to open my phone up and find one of those messages you don't want to see? My bank sends me a text message when someone charges my card. So it's like, Amazon, that's really annoying at the time of day you charged my card. And the thing is, though, because they charge like each item in the subscribe and save order separately. So each line item gets a separate charge. And apparently, even though my phone was in do not disturb mode, because they were repeatedly sending, because it was, I set my bank as a contact in my phone just so I would realize it was them. Anyways, apparently because they were contacting my phone and they sent repeated text messages because Amazon charged like all the purchases, like 8 or 9 items in that subscribe and save order, and they all got charged like back to back to back to back as separate line items. My phone ignored the do not disturb because I think I have it set somewhere that if it's a known contact and they send repeated messages after so many, let the vibration go through. And so, like, yeah, that was nice, Amazon. Apparently they're charging my subscribe and save order now because they've got to ship it so I can get it on whenever my delivery. I think Monday is my delivery day. I'm trying to pull up the ISA, local ISA 486 USA revision 1. Oh, I need to send a picture to the retro web. Interesting. I guess I have forgotten to send them a picture of my board. First, then again, the pictures of the board already on their website are pretty decent. Maybe that's why I didn't. Okay. Yeah. Yes, the YouTube LTE 5000 series cheer. It's always a good thing. All right, I'm just I'm looking at the manual for this board. Hold please. I just want to double check that I've got the let's see. I think it's the ID2. ID2 should be closed. ID3 should be open. All right. ID2 is closed. ID3 is open. All right, let me try this again. I'm wondering if if my video card is causing me trouble. Locked up again. Okay. Is my Visa Local Bus video card going bad? Am I going to have to look for a new video card too this weekend? Or maybe it's this motherboard. I don't know. I might just have to go back to one of my previous live streams where I used this board and see what RAM I had in it. But anyways, okay, so I am going to, because I saw graphical glitches on the board, I'm swapping out, I'm putting in an just a 16-bit Cirrus Logic video card. Well, now we know if everything is broken, Ryan is watching, he's going to comment, because I just said Cirrus Logic and not Trident, but okay. 16-bit video card. And locked up. Huh. Maybe this is not the RAM I used on this board. I have one motherboard that did not like these memory modules, but I thought I was thinking that this was not the board. All right, let me go. Oh. Okay, let me go find one of my live streams where I was using this board. Let's see here. This would be approximate December. Repair and test a battery leak 486 board. Actually, vintage 486 processor options for more computing power. Here we go. And I do know the board was working in this video. So, just kind of look to what. There we go. And actually, this is the RAM I was using. So, okay. So this must... Just wanted to double check that this wasn't like the RAM that this board hated. But this board has used this RAM at one point. Oh, no, Bruce, this board is not fixed yet. In fact, this board is misbehaving in way... It's like this board is... This board has gotten worse, not better. So I'm thinking something's failed on this board. Of course, it could be... I did put the original cache in, but no. I've used this board with this cache. So, okay. So it does appear as if I have... yeah, it would appear as if this board is... There's something wrong with it. This board is... yeah, Bruce says this board is disappointment. Yes, this board is disappointment at the moment. It was working fine, and now it's not working fine. And all I can think of is that it's... I mean, I did swap cache chips, so maybe if I look at this board, I'll see that maybe one of the cache sockets is damaged. So I've actually had 2 disappointment boards tonight. So this is one of them. My... yeah, local ISA revision 1 made in USA board. Alright. This was not intended to be a troubleshooting board. Troubleshooting live stream. So the one thing I could say is there are no electrolytic caps on this board, so it isn't a matter of it needs recapped. I mean, I guess it's possible that one of the tantalums has failed. I guess I could check that, but... I mean, there are some socketed logic chips on this board. And I do know one of the logic chips on this board did fail, but I've replaced it. Possible if I can find the original chip. But I guess the other thing I find interesting is Adrian had one of a board with the same chipset and had trouble with it. Could there be something up with the contact chipset that it degrades over time? I don't know. All I know is that this board used to work, and now it seems like it locks up at some point during boot. So, yeah, I think this board is disappointment is an accurate assessment. I don't see any signs that I've like accidentally scratched a trace or something. I mean, the bottom of the board looks okay. I do see where I checked around where the battery had leaked. and then put solder mask over it to protect it. I do see that, but I don't see any signs of corrosion other than like 2 green pins on the first ISA slot, which I don't think that's going to cause. I don't think that's going to cause the trouble that I'm having because there was no card in that slot. If I could find my chip lifter, I would be tempted to just run through these socketed logic chips real quick. I know. So I've got 486 boards, and I was going to sell some of them on eBay to kind of recoup some of my costs of trying to put this computer together, and I got one that is failing, and I would have to, for my conscience to be clear in selling it, I would have to document that, so that immediately cuts how much it's worth down. And then I got another board that's a Shuttle Hot 419, and it's hot garbage. Granted, I don't think that's because that board's failing. I think that's just because that board was awful to begin with. But still, I'd have to document that this board's awful. I mean, I could probably find a slightly more judicious way of saying that this board will disable your cache, and there's no way to enable it. Or actually, it'd probably be more accurate to say this board is faster if you disable all caches than if you enable cache. So, I mean, I could probably get out what I put in on that board because there's probably someone out there that's like, oh, well, that's actually good because I wanted to play Wing Commander or whatever that game is that doesn't play right if your computer's too fast. So they'd probably be turning off cache anyways. So yeah, so I got yeah, the two board, yeah, one board that's failing, a board that's garbage, the board that doesn't like Intel DX4 processors, which is probably the board I'm going to put in the build because I was kind of hoping to have a Visa Local Bus build. And then I got the board that was in it already, which maybe it's the board I'll actually keep because it's what was in the case to begin with. I don't know. There doesn't seem to be anything wrong with it. All right, let's I guess let's go back to this board here. This is the one that was in the computer to begin with. Maybe this is everything. Everything's just telling me that you should have just go with the board that was in there. So I think the only thing with this board is I don't think I was able to get it to run at 40 megahertz, but no, I think it would run at 40 megahertz, but I wasn't able to get the AM5X86 to overclock in this board. Okay. Oh, okay. Go put that video card back in. I am going to attempt to use the 16-bit controller card. Only because I think I might actually like to have a 486. I was planning to put an optical drive in this computer, and the caching card doesn't support a TAPI drive, so it might complicate things. I mean, I'll use it if I can. I may have to find something special to put the caching controller card in. Okay, so memory, video card, controller card. Oh, processor. Okay, so what am I going to do? I have well, actually, Roger, I did run Doom. You hadn't joined yet. I did run Doom on the first board. I did not run Doom on the second board because that was the Shuttle Hot board, and it has a serious problem with caches. It's like it's disabling caches even when you enable them. And I did not run Doom on the made in USA board because there's something wrong with it and I can't get far enough to run Doom. So I'll run Doom on this board. Okay, so I put the PNY QuickChip in here. And oh, that's why I didn't want to use this board. Okay. This board doesn't like to power up. It's like it doesn't always post the first time. Which I kind of find annoying. Yeah. No worries, Roger. Okay, so... Okay, I may have to check jumper settings. It does appear as if the computer has locked up. Okay, maybe it doesn't like the PNY QuickChip. Because I do remember having trouble with that on this board. Okay, so alright. Let me back down. Let me start with the DX266. Go one step at a time. Let me pull up the manual for this board on the RetroWeb too. But this is a Pine Technology PT419 board. Also, I think Pine Technology was another purveyor of cheap boards. I don't know if they PT4 oh not a 419 oh PT429, excuse me. Actually, the fact that I remembered PT4 something 9 is actually pretty impressive because I couldn't see where it was written. Okay. I don't know if Pine Technology stooped as low as the Amptron ECS PC chips people and put fake cash on boards. I do know they made some cheap boards, though. Okay. Well, unfortunately, it seems like there's only one BIOS on the RetroWeb, and I think it's the same one that I have. Alright, so we're... Oh, wait. Okay. Right through mode. This board doesn't support write-back cache. It also doesn't power up the first time, which I find annoying. Maybe that's a sign that there's a capacitor that's not holding, or that maybe on its way out. So maybe it might behoove me to check and make sure there's not a tantalum that's borderline on this board. I guess that local ISA one, I can check that too. Okay, I can definitely see that the caching does appear to be working on this board. And caching actually does something on this board. So I'm looking at the... Okay. This board supports up to 48 megabytes. I'm looking at the manual. And the scan of the manual is really awful. It does say it supports DX4 X3 speed. I don't see any mention on the specifications about write-back cache, so it probably doesn't. Yeah, the scan of this manual is really awful. I'm surprised I can even read anything on it. Oh, and there's hardly any information on that scan. So let me see. Oh, here's a copy of the user manual, and it's much more readable. Why did I even try the first one? Oh, interesting. Direct mapped cache controller with write back operation. According to the manual, PT429G. Okay, which revision of the board is this? Oh, this may not be a G revision. Maybe that's why I've never seen write back on it. Okay. FCC approved when you put it in a specific case and have a specific power supply on it. Great. I'm not FCC approved, I guess. Oh well. Alright. Just trying to find the jumper settings to make sure there's not like one that sets CPU type. Clock speed select. I think I got the clock speed right because that CPU check. You know, let me let SpeedSys run while I look at this. Oh, here we go. There is a CPU type select jumper on this board. And maybe I've got it wrong. Okay. So this board. Oh. So this board says that, okay, if we got a 46SX, there's one selection for the CPU type jumpers. There's a pair of jumpers. One of them is the DX and DX2, which I'm presuming are going to be the standard ones. And then the third option is P24N, P24T. So the P24N is an Intel 487SX. That's the one that has the extra pin. And P24T is the Intel Pentium Overdrive. So let me check and see what I've got this board jumpered for. Quite possible. Okay, so JP 18 and JP 19. JP 18, I've got 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so it is jumpered for socketed processor. Okay, that makes sense. And then it is jumpered for 1 and 2. Oh, DX and a DX2. So maybe for that AMD processor, I should have jumpered it for the 487SX / Pentium Overdrive, because we'll try that. See if that AMD processor works if I jumper it for that. Because that's like the only... That's like the only choice I get on this board. At least the caches work on this board. I think for this, my sleeper PC, I'm just going to settle for a board that has the least number of quirks. Or for any physicists out there, the least number of quarks. But probably going to be down to this board. The first one I tested and this one. Okay, at least it appears to be caching properly. Okay. So... Alright. So DX2... Hard to get processors out of this socket. Oh, Maybe there's something up with the socket. I mean, maybe this is the board I keep just because there's something weird with the socket. Oh, I'd hate to keep a board solely for that. Keep a board that's... I don't know if that's a good reason to pick it for your build, is just because, oh, well, it's got the sockets difficult to get processors in and out of, so it makes me less likely to want to sell it on eBay. Kind of hoping to... Much as I would like to keep all of the 286 boards, I would like to let this project be a little less expensive overall. Seemingly have bought... Well, okay, I guess technically I got the board that was in the case that I got VCF East, but then I've bought 2 other boards trying to buy a better one for it. Because I wanted one with write-back cache. And of course, then the first 486 board I got, it seems like something's failing on it, so that board's kind of out of consideration unless I figure out what's going on with it. Okay, so this is the Intel Overdrive DX4. It does appear that this board likes the DX4 Overdrive. It actually appears to be pretty... I mean, that seems to be pretty performant there. I may try the AMD DX4 and see if I can get the board to run at 120 megahertz. Yeah, that could be interesting. Maybe this board might work in write-back mode with that AMD processor. Thought I'd tried that on this board, but it's possible I might have missed the CPU type selection jumper. I may double check it. Anyways, I'm just setting that board to where I can get to it easily. Alright. So, cache check. That looks good. Alright. Let me put the AMD QuickChip in here. I just would like to see if it'll run or not. I think I've decided I'm probably going to leave the 5x86 for the Pentium board. But I would like to at least know if it runs in here. Because maybe I'm going to leave the 5x86 for my Pentium board, but you never know when someone else, if this is the board I sell on eBay, you never know when they may need to know that, no, this won't work with that processor. Okay. It does seem as if this is, and it looks like it just crashed. Okay, so this... So apparently this board is was made by Intel fanboys. Because this board does not like my QuickChip. Alright, well, let me try my other AMD, my AMD DX4. Because maybe it just doesn't like the 5x86. Well, Thomas, if I had to say overall, I have discovered I have more broken than fixed. More broken than I thought I had broken. I knew I wasn't. This wasn't going to be a repair stream. I knew that, but well, actually, I was kind of hoping to get to a repair, but I suspected I wouldn't get there. If I had time, I was going to recap the power supply for this computer. That's not happening. Okay, so... Okay, this board does seem to like the AM486. DX4, so and this board can use 72-pin sims. Of course, the other board I was going to keep uses 72-pin sims as well. Maybe I'll just keep this board. If I've kind of resigned myself to not having write back cache and just using a 486. Maybe I'll just keep this Pine Technology board and alright. Well, at least if I'm tempted to keep this board, let me at least see if I can get it to run at 40 megahertz. I think means I just need to, remove a jumper. There we go. So this DX4 is a DX4 120, so it should run at 120 megahertz. Although I think the one thing I probably didn't do, and let's see, I should probably do that. So JP12 is one of the VISA local bus configuration jumpers. I should probably set that. I just don't know where it is right offhand on the board. But yeah, I need to short JP12, and I think that'll be fine. I'll try to get away with 0 weight state. Let me see if I can find JP12. Probably this jumper that's between the... Oh, actually, I think it is... Oh, there's already a jumper on it. Okay. Well, apparently I already had the board configured for... Visa Local Bus already configured for greater than 33 megahertz, so, okay. Okay, so we should be at 40 megahertz bus speed now. And... Alright, let me... Alright, let me see if I can find JP20. That's the other one that has to do with Visa Local Bus configuration. If I remember on this board, JP20 is a really weird spot. Oh, there it is. Yep. Found it. Alright, so let me put a jumper on it. If by chance, maybe on this board, you need to have a wait state if you're running at 40 megahertz. Maybe that's why it locked up during boot. So I'm just going to double check that I removed the right jumper to go to 40 megahertz. Yep, off, on, off, on. Yep. There we go. Okay. 120 megahertz times 3. Okay, that looks good. Yeah, okay. Well, this board at least seems to like my AMD DX4 120 at 120 megahertz. The cache seems to be performing right. Okay. Well, that seems to be right. All right, well, I guess I did say that I'd run a Duke benchmark or two. Let's make sure this machine's stable. And I don't know. Might be the irony of all ironies that yeah, Chris is like, good old DX4, Intel marketing. They should have called it a DX3. Yeah, should have. Which means that on the AMD 5x86, I think in some places, they call it a DX5 processor, even though it has a 4 multiplier. But they couldn't call it a DX4 because Intel had already inappropriately called the 3x multiplier a DX4. So AMD kind of had to add one to the number. Well, Doom seemed to run fine. Oh, I'm just running the benchmark. Oh, okay. Quake is not running though for some reason. Okay, don't know why Quake is not running, but all right. Maybe I'll go back. Let me go back to 33 megahertz plus. Maybe this motherboard's just not stable at 40 megahertz. Or maybe Quake needs more than 8 megabytes of RAM. I sure thought it would run on. I thought 8 was enough for it, but maybe it's not. Okay. Okay, so I pulled the jumpers that have to do with. So 33 megahertz bus speed again. I pulled the two jumpers on the Visa local bus configuration to set it back to 33 megahertz. How's the temperature? I don't know what the temperature is in the basement because I got my little temperature sensor. The batteries are dead in it, so I gotta go. I gotta find the batteries for it. Okay, so whatever Quake's problem is. I don't know. Okay, 33 megahertz. AMD DX4 100 seems to work good. I mean, it looked like it was running at 133. I don't know why I can't get Quake to run. It might be maybe I don't have enough RAM in the system. Okay, I'm gonna try the 5x86 one more time. Now that I've got the Visa local bus jumper correctly. Okay, this board does not like the. 5x86 processor. Okay. Sounds like my DX4. So, all right. One thing I'm going to do. If I can find where I put this. Oh, there they are. So, let me see if I can get Quake to run if I put more memory in this system. So I'm going to remove these. This system, it's a little weird in its memory configuration, which is why I just removed the 72-pin SIMs. Because I'm pretty sure this board will run with 4 megabyte 30-pin SIMs, but it then gets complicated as to what you can put in the 72-pin SIM sockets. Which is why I'm just going to run with 6. So, I'm pretty sure Quake will run with 16 megabytes of memory. Maybe 8 isn't enough for it to load everything, because it was exiting it out pretty quickly. Alright, so also... Alright. And it's possible that I may just run this at a DX4 100 speeds, just for stability. Or even if the VESA local bus run, if the video card can run faster at 33 megahertz, because it'll run at 0 wait states. Versus if I got to give it a wait state at 40 megahertz, it may actually be slower than if I just run it at 33 megahertz. Anyways, okay. Okay, well that... Okay, well, seems like it likes this RAM. Is well enough. It has 16 megabytes now. Should be 120 megahertz. I think this screen's wrong. And, yep, 100... Oh, wait a minute. Did I... Oh. Nope, I forgot to change one of the jumpers. Try again. Alright. Hundred 20 megahertz. Yep. All right. Okay. Well, maybe this might be the winning combination of boards. I mean, this board will support up to 48 megabytes of RAM. So 4 megabyte SIMs and the 30-pin SIM sockets plus you can put 16 megabyte SIMs if they're the correct type in the 2 SIM sockets. I think they have to be single-sided. Because I think in order to use 3 banks of RAM, or the 3 banks of RAM, I think you can only have single-sided 72-pin sims. I think if it's double-sided, it counts as 2 banks. Although it's kind of confusing in the documentation. It might be that it actually supports 4 banks and like one could be double-sided, but I don't know. I'd have to look at the manual and try to decipher what it's trying to say. So, might be interesting to try this board with 48 megabytes of RAM. See if it caches at all. So, maybe this board might come to Retrotech Chris's too with my 30-pin sims in it, so we can try some 72-pin sims. That could be fun. Should watch more videos so I don't get confused. Well, oh wait, didn't mean to run that. Alright, I'll reboot the computer. I didn't mean to run cache check again. Hit the wrong key. That was me rebooting because I hit the wrong key, and you can't cancel cache check, apparently. Alright, so, will the QuickCom demo run? There we go. I think it was, 8 megabytes isn't enough memory. Inches front to back. Jeremy, that's like very few. I'd have to measure an AP case to see how deep they actually went. I don't remember. That seems a bit long for some reason. Yeah, that is a long card. I'll have to try to remember to measure. All right. Well, the really? Okay. Oh, actually, that that wasn't too bad. For 46, 10 frames a second wasn't too bad for a Quake benchmark. Okay, so I guess now I get to decide. Do I want to use the expert board that only likes AMD processors? Or do I want to use this board that, well, it at least likes Intel processors? It's a tough question. Oh, Jeremy's card is intended for an XT class anyways. My answer to that question is, how long could a card be on an actual XT? And if 15 inches is the length, then I suspect a lot of the XT class computers are going to have 15 inches. But that seems long. I don't remember what the length is. Anyways, yeah. So I've got 486 motherboards. One is hot garbage. One is broken. One only likes AMD processors, and one, well, likes a bit more. Which one am I inclined to keep? Well, since I can't get right back cash to work on any of them, but they are nice Visa Local Bus boards, I think I might be inclined to keep whichever board lets me have more memory. So I'm pulling up the board, the Data Expert EXP4044 board information. I don't remember how much memory it would let me use. Well, the Expert board supports up to 64 megabytes of memory. This board's 48. Of course, that's a lot of memory on a 486. I don't know. I really don't know which is the better choice. Trying to think, if I were an eBay buyer looking for a 486 board, would I find a board that doesn't like Intel processor, Intel DX4 is more appealing? Or would I find it more appealing for a Pine Technology board that at least Jeremy's saying go with Max CPU? Well, okay, neither of these two boards like the AMD 5x86, so that's off the table. I'll do that in my PCI board. So I'm going to have a, I think I've decided I'm actually want two 486 systems. One will be the Visa Local Bus and the other will be PCI. So I think for the Visa Local Bus system, unless I buy even more 486 boards in the hope that I can find a Visa Local Bus board that actually likes better processors and has write back cache support, I'm inclined to say I've just used my AMD DX4 120 processor and go with that. And either of these two boards will support that. Yeah, which maybe the Expert board's the better one to sell because it theoretically supports more processors. Even though it doesn't like Intel DX4 processors, it does claim to support Cyrix processors, whereas this Pine Technology board, from what manual I find, I don't know that it claims to support Cyrix processors. Is that important to an eBay buyer? I don't know. Also, if I go buy comps, I think I could find a comp on the Expert board, because although it would be my purchase. One Intel and one AMD. Jeremy, I'm not getting two PCI 486 boards. I think one will be enough. I mean, maybe I could do Intel in this system. I mean, that's not a bad idea. So if I was going to do Intel in this board, so I'd probably use my Intel Overdrive DX4 100, since this board doesn't have a voltage regulator on it, which means I would need to run it at 33 megahertz. So let's see what it might be like to use to go with the Intel. Maybe my PCI board's the one that I put the AMD 5x86 on. Because at least in that case, it's got PCI, so I'll be able to use a nice PCI video card. That's not a Trident video card. I know that probably will hurt to some folks, but... I mean, and I guess if I was going to sell a board on eBay, selling one that seems to more reliably power up is probably a good thing, so... Maybe this is the board I keep, because it does occasionally not like to power up for some reason. That would give me more confidence that... Although, I just swapped the Intel processor, and it locked up. Okay. Let me double check my jumpers. 33 megahertz. On. So all three of those are on. Those two jumpers are off. Okay. I mean, it might behoove me to run a memory test to make sure this RAM is testing good. I mean, I sure thought I've run a memory test on it. Okay, it could be something, maybe, I don't know, maybe this controller card doesn't like 486s. I'm not using the caching controller card at the moment. It after all, it did lock up running the BIOS code. So... And it locked up. Okay. Okay, so maybe this controller card, I've successfully used it in the 386. It works great in the 386. Maybe it doesn't work. Maybe it's not really compatible with 486. Alright, so... Oh, okay. Let me try the other VCF Locobus one, the option that would let me still put a CD-ROM in this computer. Well, I think with the caching controller card, I could probably still put a CD-ROM in the computer, but I'd have to use a sound card that has IDE on it, which could complicate things, because I don't know that I have one. Alright, let's see if it likes this controller card. Okay. Well, that's... Okay, did I not plug the... Oh, well, okay. That might have been my fault. The VCF Locobus controller wasn't plugged in the slot all the way. might have caused problems when it went to go actually initialize the drive. Because it would be reading the compact flash card over the piece of local bus. Okay, I saw it read, or I saw it access the drive. Alright. Alright, I will remove the Promise IDE BIOS. Although I don't think this board's BIOS is going to support the full size of that drive, so that could cause problems. Oh yeah, but I think huh. Almost like this board doesn't like the Okay. I put the Intel DX4 in this board and it like stops cooperating. Maybe do I have a problem with both of my DX4 processors? Oh, this board might board might get an AMD processor out of necessity. I don't know. I seem to have somehow picked the worst mix of 486 boards to choose from. Okay, this board does not like this Intel overdrive processor. I'm trying to get the other 486 board in the adapter, but I bent some of the pins on it, getting it out of the socket. So I'm trying to get it to go back in the socket. There we go. All right. That doesn't like the Intel overdrive for some reason. I don't know why it would like the other Intel DX4, but I would be remiss if I didn't try it. I don't know. kind of... Of course, it likes this DX4 for some reason. Okay, I don't know why it doesn't like the Intel Overdrive DX4, but seemingly likes this one. Go figure. I don't know. Maybe maybe I might bring my DX4 Overdrive to Chris's house too, and maybe I don't know if he's got a board that 486 board handy that should support it, and I don't know. Maybe there's something. Maybe it's going bad too. Kind of bothering me that it doesn't seem to be happy on multiple of my boards. Yeah, it's kind of seeming like that this live stream is going to end on a disappointing note because it's weird. Like, all these boards are quirky. Okay, well, at least this board likes the DX4 100 in the adapter. Maybe that's what I'll go for. Guess at least we'll see a Quake run. It runs. Well, I don't know, Jeremy, if this one's a terrible bombshell of a disappointment. I think we can go for one of the slightly less downbeat endings of Top Gear, like on this disappointing note of disappointment. I know they had varying degrees of, like, yeah, I was going to find, if I was going to like, of my 486 board options, it's, I don't know, it's almost like maybe I should just make this a, oh, hey Joe, oh, Joe is at Kansas Fest, which means he's an hour, or is it 2 hours earlier than, or yeah, I guess it'd be 1 or 2 hours behind us. So yeah, Joe, okay, well, I guess the DX4 100 is not too bad. Oh, okay. Oh, Central Time. Okay, so you're just an hour behind us. Okay, that's not too bad. All right, well, so seemingly I can't get, yeah, I don't know, of my 486 boards, it's like I can't find a combination I'm happy with. So anyways, yeah, it's also quite possible I may just decide to only have one 486 system and it'll be the PCI system. I don't know, because it's like I'm not entirely thrilled with any of these Visa Local Bus boards. Maybe that's just how painful Visa Local Bus was. Oh, hey, Mikey, N6IL. Yeah, I'm wrapping up the stream because it's quite late here. So, all right. So, I think I have been careful during this live stream, so I'm pretty sure that I have ruled out that anything that didn't work was user error, although it is entirely possible it is. But it does seem like some of these boards do not like some of these processors for some reason. I don't know if that's just because the processor is newer than the board, or the BIOS actually locks the processor out. I don't know. So yeah. Anyways, so my original 486 board, the local ISA revision 1, that board's failing. There is actually a hardware fault on the board. So that's not going to be the board I pick for my system. And given how integrated 486 boards are, I don't know if I can fix it. Because it's like it was working and then it's not. Why would I be looking for a Microsoft import mouse for the 486 PCI board? Doesn't it have PS2? I mean, I'm pretty sure I can find an import mouse. I think I have an import card, actually. It might need some minor trace repairs, but I think I don't have the mouse for it, though. Oh, the mouse and card. Well, I've got an import card, but not the mouse. Although the import card, I think, needs some trace repairs. Because it was in the DTK system that got battery and water damaged. Although it might be fine, actually. It might have been over far enough. No PS2? Well, then I'll probably use Serial. Unless you give me a compelling reason why I should track down a bus mouse. I will probably use a Serial mouse. So yeah, the local ISA revision 1, the board is unstable, unreliable. Something's happened to it. It seems like it suffered a hardware failure. So I guess I'll have to put it on the repair pile. Although as integrated as 486 boards are, I mean, there are a lot of standard logic chips on it. Maybe one of them's failed and I'll find it and be able to fix it. But yeah, so that board's failed. I guess the board that came in the 486 that I got at VCF East, it doesn't seem to like my Intel Overdrive processor. Fine. It likes my AMD DX4 120. It likes my my Intel DX4 100. That's not the Intel Overdrive. It does not like the AM5X86 for whatever reason. Even though that's supposed to be the most compatible upgrade, it doesn't like that AM5X86. Don't know why. The Expert Board 4044, it does not like Intel DX4s at all. It does not like them in overdrive. It does not like them not overdrive. I would be a horrible Dr. Seuss replacement. So, it likes AMD DX4. It does not like the AM5X86, but it likes the AMD DX4 that I have. So, kind of quirky. It has the benefit of supporting Cyrix processors. I don't know. One of those two boards is probably the two I'll pick. And then there's the shuttle hot garbage. I mean, the hot 419. It has a problem with cache. I don't think its cache is the problem, but there is something screwy with its BIOS, and it is not properly enabling caches. And the command line utility Chris found to enable and disable cache, I think only further shows that there is something horribly wrong with that motherboard and caching. In fact, it seems like the caching controller on it is the chipset on that board is so bad, or was badly implemented by Shuttle, that it actually runs better if you turn all the caches off, which probably says something really bad about that board, because most motherboards work better with the caches enabled. That board works worse with cache. Whatever cache it's enabling enabled, it works worse. So, ugh. Okay, that's not the board I'm going to keep. Not that anyone's going to want to buy it but yeah. I don't know. I guess maybe someone had a shuttle Hot 419 board in their first computer and that's what they want. I mean, I had a motherboard in my first computer that I would like to rebuild that system, so I don't know how great of a board it really was, but someday. Uh, Jeremy, I am not going to be the person that steals the cache chips and then sells the board on eBay unless I think the board is practically worthless. I have cache chips. So I'm not, if I sell any of these boards on eBay, I will leave the cache on them. I have extra cache chips. Now, will I leave a luxurious amount of cache on them? Well, not necessarily. Okay, maybe I'll pull the cache chips off the shuttle board because it works horrible with the cache, and maybe that would do the eBay buyer a favor by pulling the cache off the board, but any of the other boards, if I sell them and they work better with cache, I'm not going to steal the cache. Yeah, cache chips is just SRAM. I have extra SRAM chips. So, anyways, yeah, it's kind of on that disappointing note. I am just as confused over several of these boards as I was. I think I have methodically tried to. Sloopy's like, if you pull the cache, you can sell it as working. Yeah, seriously. Yeah, seriously. And I can point to my live stream. Well, okay, eBay has a no links policy. It'll be hard to point to my live stream. There are QR code ways around that. But I can always point someone that buys that board to the part of the live stream where I disable the cache, run the cache check, and the numbers are better to show them that, yeah, this board does not like cache. But yeah. Anyways, Thomas is telling me, remember the tantalum's caps. It is entirely possible. Okay. Do I think the tantalum caps could cause the cache to work worse? No. I think that's that motherboard. I do not believe that there could be enough bad tantalum caps on that motherboard to cause the cache to work worse. That smells of a motherboard problem where they just really badly implemented the cache. It could be the chipset. It could be a really bad chipset. Unfortunately, I thought it was a reasonable chipset that I've seen used elsewhere. But then again, being shuttle, and given the shenanigans that PC Chips pulled with fake chipsets, although I guess it wasn't that the chipset was fake. I mean, it was obviously a chipset, but with labels to cover what it actually was. Is this really an Opti 82C 895 chipset? I have no idea. I thought the 82C 895 was a decent chipset. Maybe it actually wasn't. Maybe the Opti 82C 895 was a horrible chipset. But the logos kind of look funny on one of them. I mean, is it entirely possible that Shuttle faked what chipset it is and it's actually some horrible chipset? I don't know. All I know is that the shuttle board works better with the cache off. Like, all the cache is off. It's turning one, it's not enabling one of them anyway. So, there's only one cache to disable. So, and it works better with that one disabled. So, Jeremy's saying that's why I always sell things as not working, even if they do work a little. Yeah, probably if I sell that, well, actually that shuttle if I sell that shuttle board. No, that shuttle board is probably going to get sold. I will probably I will sell it as 4 parts, has issues, works better with cache disabled. It I'll basically describe it as the board is not enabling one of the caches. It runs faster with the cache is disabled. Has issues because to me that's an issue. Now maybe that's just the way the motherboard works. There's no way to fix it, but yeah, I'll have to sell it as with issues because it there's some sort of an issue with it. It could be just inherent. The expert board I'd probably have to sell with issues because I can't prove that there's not something wrong with it. There's a couple processors it won't work with. Seemingly, the manual seems to indicate they should work, but they don't. Of course, this board here would be the same thing. Well, granted, it doesn't say it works with DX4s, so I don't know. Which board am I going to keep? Yeah, Chris is saying it's more likely it was integrated poorly, probably. So, Jeremy's saying on the Mac side, I've been thinking of using my 5.1 as a NAS. Well, I'd probably make an okay NAS. Yeah, I know that PCI board always had a CR2032. So I don't know. Which board am I going to keep? I don't know. I kind of would like to build a Visa local bus system, but it's kind of the quirks of all these boards kind of makes it hard to decide which one to keep. But what doesn't make it hard to decide what to keep is that shuttle 419 hot 419 board. It's I'm carrying that board upstairs with me and putting it on the eBay pile. That I think is a decision we can all agree with, is that board is not worth considering for a build. So if you see that board on eBay and you don't buy it, you are not going to hurt my feelings. I will price it competitively to give someone a build challenge. I don't know. Maybe they like playing 286 era games and having the cache disabled helps them. I don't know. Maybe they buy motherboards on price and they don't care about the cache. Fine, whatever. I won't judge. If I can get the $35 back out that I paid for it, great. I probably won't, though, but it's not a board that's worth keeping. It's probably the one that I can sell, and I'll get the least flack on YouTube for selling it, because it's not worth keeping. Of course, granted, if anyone looking to buy that board finds this live stream, then no one's ever going to buy it. So if you notice that I don't put in the description which motherboards I'm working on, or if I leave that one off the list, then yeah, it might be to slightly not completely ruin my entire chances of selling the board on eBay. And again, though, that kind of seems dishonest too, because I don't know. But is it? That one I'll have to probably struggle with, where, of course, then again, I don't think I've got any of the boards in the description right now, so you'd only be able to search by 486 motherboard, and that's not specific enough. I don't know. And that's just because I've been too lazy to go back and put them in the description. So yeah, the shuttle board is on the sell pile. The local ISA revision 1 board is going on the repair pile. I will attempt to repair sometime, because it was working very well. Okay, now maybe is that board a tantalum cap issue? That I might say yes, a tantalum cap going bad could cause the board to be unstable. Maybe that one's a tantalum cap. Yeah, the shuttle board is definitely not a tantalum issue. Could there be a tantalum going bad on this board, this Pine Technology board, that's causing it to not power up always? Definitely. Could the expert board have a bad tantalum? I don't think that's the cause of the problems with the 486, the DX4 100, or the DX4s from Intel. I do not think a bad tantalum cap would cause those to not work, but yet allow a more power-hungry AMD processor to work. That doesn't pass the smell test. That is so the expert board's issue is probably something with the board chipset, how they've got it configured in the BIOS, something like that. The pint, the shuttle board is again poor design, horrible BIOS, something like that. This board and the local ISA board, I could totally see some of the issues I'm having with these two boards being tantalum caps. Bad tantalum cap, one that's going bad, could definitely cause instability, and it could very well cause it to not power up the first time if the caps are discharged. So I guess maybe I should put this Pine Technology board on the repair pile, at least to take a look at the tantalum caps and make sure I don't see any signs that there's one shorted or going bad. So yeah, I guess maybe it goes on the repair pile, but at least in this case, it's or maybe it's technically not on the repair pile. Maybe it just stays on, well, no. I was about to say, I'll leave it on my workbench for Dave's stream on Sunday, but I stream on Thursday, or Dave's stream on Sunday, but I stream on Thursday. So I guess I will stick it in the pile. Maybe I'll check it on Dave's stream, or I don't know. Anyway, it's getting late. All I know is that, yeah, these boards are not making my decision easy. So, yeah, the PCI board Jeremy's sending me will support just about any 486 CPU. It does have... Jeremy's saying keep the expert board if that's the AMD only one. Yeah, maybe that is the one I keep. I mean, I don't know, maybe... And maybe that is the one I keep. I mean, it makes sense. I do know that the expert board only has, like... I think it only has 128K of cache on it right now. And... Oh, yeah, there was a problem with the expert board, and I guess... Oh, I don't know if it was a problem with the expert board. Yeah, I tried to put more cache in the expert board, and it became unstable. But I don't have an SRAM tester, so I can't prove that the SRAMs I put on it were known working. So I probably need to pull the SRAMs off of one of these working motherboards. And this is a case where it's not... I can't use the ones in the shuttle board because... I mean, they theoretically are working because I'm not, like, getting crashes. But is taking cache out of a board that just works badly to put it in a board that I need to make sure that there's not a problem with one of the cache sockets that's not populated. Because right now it's, I think it has 128K of cache, and you use 4 chips for that. It's possible that one of the extra 4 sockets, there's a problem with one of those sockets. So I need to take cache out of one of the working boards because I don't have an SRAM tester. Although the T48 supposedly can test some SRAM chips. Unfortunately, I can't find a list of the SRAMs that support, so I guess I'll have to wait till it comes in to see. Maybe it might be able to test those SRAMs, and I don't know that I have the patience for trial and error of swapping around 9 chips. I would rather be able to test SRAMs. I'd rather be able to at least know that I have 9 SRAMs that work on another system. And then if I put them in another board and it's unstable, then that's where at least I know that I think I'd be more able to troubleshoot it than just taking 9 chips putting them in, finding that it's unstable, and then trying to figure out what one's bad. Because the only thing about cache is, it's not like when the cache fails, it gives you an address, because it doesn't. And it doesn't even usually give you a bit position. It usually just crashes the machine. So, unfortunately, and I cannot find a cache test utility that will actually like tell you which one's bad. So, anyways, yeah, I probably would actually be inclined to keep the expert board because it's AMD only, and it at least seems, yeah. So maybe the Pine Technology board, I sell it because it does work, and it seems to like Intel and AMD processors. At least I can say that, at least in the eBay description, I think I can say that it supports the DX and DX2s. And I think that's basically what the manual says, because the board silkscreen doesn't mention DX4s. Well, actually, it somewhat does. It claims it's... No, actually... P23... Oh! Oh, that's right. You know, the board this Pine Technology board silkscreen doesn't say anything about DX4s. It's like DX and DX2. So maybe that's the one I sell to recoup a little of my spending and buying too many 486 boards. Because at least this board, this Pine Technology board, doesn't seem to claim anywhere on it to actually support newer processors, and I could truthfully say it supports the DX and DX2. Caveat emptor if you want to try something faster, because it didn't like the Intel Overdrive DX4, but it liked the Intel DX4 in an adapter socket. So that maybe that's the one, is because everything that it claims to support on the silkscreen has worked, whereas with the expert board, I've had trouble with things it seemingly should support. So maybe that's the one I sell. And maybe someone's a NetWare fiend and they'll buy the board because it still has the yes, it runs with NetWare sticker. I don't know. It's getting late and I'm making up stories now, probably. Okay, Jeremy, we don't need to... Yeah, Adam's telling me don't divide by 0. Yeah, oh, I've got a Pentium system, Adam. I actually have a couple. Jeremy's saying that's 3, 4, or 5 boards. I guess in all technicality, Jeremy, I have 5 486 boards. However, one of them is in the scrap pile because I really bought the system that had it for the case, and the board is pretty much... It has enough broken traces that I don't really want to try to repair it, if that makes sense. I think I stopped counting at a dozen. And plus, if in order to test it, I have to put SIM sockets back on it. Because the SIM sockets that were on it were trash. Yeah, oh, and I've got several Pentium laptops now, too, yes. So, yeah, I have currently 5 486 boards. One of them, though, is scrap. One of them is repair pile. And then the other 3 are seemingly working, so I was going to sell at least one of the 3 working ones. Because the thing is, Jeremy, when I get your box, that's another 486 board. So, yeah, I was going to slim down at least one of these Visa Local Bus boards to basically, well, pay for part of the rest of the computer, because I don't need all these 486 boards. So, yeah, Chris is like, if only Trident made a motherboard. Oh, speaking of that, Jeremy, I have the Trident video cards in hand. Thank you for picking them out. I will have to test them not on a 486 board, because they're all AGP. So maybe I will have another Trident video card live stream So if you've got a Trident video card that you want to send the channel because you think it would be so funny if Justin tries to test it and potentially even see if I could quickly fix it, then you can private message me and I will give you my address and I will begrudgingly accept more Trident video cards. I will take one for the YouTube algorithm. Yeah, I'll use my Pentium 2 system for that, Jeremy, because I don't have uh I don't have a I don't think I've got any Pentium motherboards that have AGP. That was actually pretty rare. In fact, honestly, when Pentium and AGP, I don't remember that working particularly well, except maybe on some of the later Super 7 motherboards. But I think that was pretty rare. Yeah, I'll use the Pentium 2 system, which is actually just conveniently right here. It's actually being a shelf right now. But yeah, I'll use the Pentium 2 system for that. Because actually Windows 98 may have drivers built in for some of those cards. That'll help some. So yeah. Yeah, if you want to send Trident video cards to the channel because you think it'd be hilarious for me to do another Trident video card live stream, I'll let you know where to send them to, and I will plaster a smile on my face, and I'll take one for the YouTube algorithm, or a dozen for the YouTube algorithm. You're just going to have to pay shipping, though. Yeah. You're willing to pay the shipping to send me Trident video cards. I'll take them for the YouTube algorithm. There we go. That's my promise to you. Because unless it's a special Trident card, and I have yet to find one that counts in that category, I'm not paying shipping on them. I may pay shipping for other things. Sorry, Ryan. Trident video cards are not one of them. Yeah. I've already spent enough on Trident video cards this year. I don't really want to spend much more on them. But you all know it. I'm going to be at the System Source Swap Meet this weekend, and I do have a weakness, and I will not promise that I won't come back with empty-handed. Trident video cards could be in my hand. And yeah, Retro Tech Chris is saying, I have a Realtek video card, even worse. So yeah. All right, good night, Adam. We'll see you later. Yes, I do realize the video cards could be worse. It could be a Realtek video card. And yeah. On that disappointing bombshell of a disappointment. Oh, I mangled that. The Realtek video cards, that would definitely be the horrible bombshell of a disappointment. Yeah, I am going to end this stream. And yes, Chris, I will let you know my Friday plans, which I will probably be able to solidify more after my appointment tomorrow. And yeah, at the moment, I would like to probably leave work and not have to stop by the house before I head to your place. But we'll see. But anyways, my oral surgeon consultation is tomorrow afternoon. I will probably be able to better solidify my plans for the weekend after knowing what the oral surgeon might prescribe me on and what I might be able to persuade him to use as alternates if what he suggests is would make me sun sensitive, because I do not want to be outside all day if I am sun sensitive. So yeah. And anyways, because I suspect he is probably going to put me on an antibiotic. How soon before the appointment to remove the tooth, I don't know. It's quite possible he may want me to start on it tomorrow. Maybe I might be able to wait until like Sunday to start on it. I'll see. But yeah. After my appointment tomorrow, I will be able to solidify my plans for this weekend. I very much do want to be at the swap meet. I know Steve mentioned he's going to be there because Mike's dragging him there. So, yes, I do want to be at the swap meet. If you are going to be at the swap meet, I will make sure I'm wearing my hat and probably my overalls because they're quite practical. They got lots of pockets. So when I pick up Trident video cards, I mean, memory modules and other small knickknacks like that, yeah, Trident video cards. Maybe I should bring some reusable bags too. But yep, they're quite practical for when you buy small items. You can stick them in your pocket. And um, I do know that I have a pair of speakers for Steve that I'm probably going to put in my car. I might even put those in my car tomorrow so I don't forget them. As I told Steve, I've got that set of speakers for you because I've been too lazy to find a box for them, which is really practically uh, mostly correct. I mean, I have tried to find a box to put them in, but I either find boxes that are too small or way too big. So, um, what's wrong with your mirror drive door, Jeremy? I really don't know if it's something I could fix. It would at least have the benefit of I do have mirror drive doors, so I might be able to test it after working on it, but I have my repair limits. So, uh, let me know what's up with it, and I'll see if it's something I might be able to tackle within my known repair limits. Um, so, anyways, yep. So, anyways, yeah. Thursday, Commodore 64 live stream. Saturday or rain date Sunday. Although I don't know if it's I don't know that the weather forecast is calling for rain Saturday. I'm hoping the swap meet's actually Saturday, but anyways, yeah, System Source swap meet. It's in Hunt Valley, Maryland, at I guess at the parking lot of the System Source Museum. So, anyways, I plan on being there. Chris will be there. I know Steve and Mike will be there. I suspect Action Retro Sean may be there, but that's only a guess because he seems to show up at things like that. So I'm sure there'll be other YouTubers. Um. Oh, okay. Oh, okay, Jeremy. Yeah. Saturday, yeah, swap meet is Saturday, 8 p.m. to 2 p.m. Yeah, that sounds right. I think if you're selling, you can show up at 7. If you're buying, it's 8. I think they're having a repair clinic afterwards. You can go to their website for details. I think I think they're doing the repair clinic like both days, but it doesn't start on Saturday until after the swap meet, or if the rain date happens, then it wouldn't start Sunday until after the swap meet, and it would start at 8 a.m. on Saturday. So if you were interested in the repair clinic, I don't know any of the details. I just know that it's mentioned on the poster. Then you can go to their website. If one of the mods wants to drop the link in the chat. But yeah, anyways, it sounds like cool, and I think they're even gonna have a food truck there. So, in fact, I think Saturday's food truck is like barbecue. So, oh yeah, I'm down for some barbecue. I hope it's good barbecue if that is the food truck. Anyways, yeah, it sounds like a neat event. I hope to see. I don't know. I hope to see some people there. Maybe meet some new people. Yep. Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, I think there's a link. Chris just mentioned VCFED.org. I think the link is like at the very top of the page because they have. I think at the top right they've got like the upcoming events, and this weekend swap meet I think is at the very top. So yeah, if you're interested in details, go there. Go to the VCF Federation webpage, System Source Swap Meet. It's got the location, the details, yada yada. I think if you're just going to buy, you don't have to sign up. You just show up. I think it's free to get in if you're buying. I think they charge the sellers. So, anyways, yeah, it sounds pretty cool. Maybe I'll see some of you all there. I know at least I'll see Chris there. Anyways, yeah, it'll be cool. And then yeah, I'm sure I'll come back with some Trident video cards. Will I have success with them? Will they all be duds? Well, that we'll have to leave for a future live stream. And until then, as the last teaser for my next live stream, are you keeping up with the Commodore? Because the Commodore is keeping up with you. Take care. Have a great rest of your day. Computerized Start is brought to you by my awesome patrons on Patreon and by your tips and memberships on Ko-fi. These and other channel supporters make my live streams possible. You too can become a channel supporter with tiers starting at just $1. Don't forget to smash that like button. And if you've liked what you've seen, subscribe and turn on notifications so that you don't miss the next video or live stream. And as always, thank you for all your support. I hope to see you next time. And until then, take care.